China. The world's oldest civilization was born here. Thousands of years later, it is one of the world's chess powerhouses. For most of the past 30 years, China has held the most prestigious title in women's chess. The legacy of the Women's World Championship is rich. Menchik, Gaprindashvili and Chibanonitsia, Kosteniuk, Xijun and Ho Yifan. Now, three-time world champion Ju Wenjun is defending her title once more. After vanquishing the likes of Katerina Lagno and Alexandra Goryashkina, another rival awaits. Challenger Lei Tingjie had to defeat 3 grandmasters in matches herself to get here. In the first 2 rounds of the candidates, she took on sisters Maria and Anna Muzichuk and won. Then in the final, she beat former world champion Tang Zhongyi.
And that's it!
Resignation! Lei Tingjie, the winner of the 2023 candidates finals.
Will Ju Wenjun defend, or will we have a first-time champion, Lei Tingjie? Half the match is in Ju's hometown of Shanghai, half the match in Chongqing, where Lei hails from. Who will win and claim their share of the €500,000 prize fund? Welcome to the official broadcast of the 2023 FIDE Women's Chess Championship. Hello everyone, and we are back in the heart of Chongqing, right where the Yangtze and Jiangling rivers meet. And it's also where reigning champion Ju Wenjun will meet Lei Tingjie for what is going to be a momentous Game 8. And as we slowly inch towards the finishing line, the stakes are getting higher. Ju Wenjun still trails by a point. Can we expect more twists and turns in this ever-engaging event? Well, we will find out today in the Women's World Championship match. I'm your host, International Master Ivan Gachowska, and it's a pleasure, it's an honor to be commentating alongside someone who is just made of legends. You know, she smashed the record books. She became the only woman to have crossed the 2700 rating barrier. She's also the only woman to have played a World Championship tournament, and of course, she broke Bobby Fischer's record in becoming the youngest ever Grandmaster. She was the first one. It's none other than Grandmaster Judith Polgar. Judith, good morning.
Hi, good morning, everyone.
What a day yesterday, and what a match it's been so far. It's been so close at times. It's been engaging. It's been surprising. It's been full of twists and turns. And yesterday, let's take a look at the scoreboard. We can see Game 7. It did end in a draw, but it was a golden opportunity for Ju Wenjun to win with the black pieces.
Well, absolutely. It was a very interesting game, I must say. She made a surprise with playing the Caro-Kann. And we turned into the second half of the event of this very special match between the 2 Chinese ladies. And it was a golden opportunity for her, even though after the opening, I think we can say that Lei played incredibly well, giving up a pawn, sacrificing it for initiative, absolutely in her style. But after that, Ju Wenjun, she was able to come out from the cage, somehow escaping with her pieces, with her queen and the rook, and created for herself a great opportunity, even missing practically a winning chance yesterday.
Yes, and if we were to rewind back to yesterday, it all came down to a flaw that we've identified in Ju Wenjun's play, which is basically, when the tension gets too much in the position, she will look for clarification, she will look for simplification. And it just so happened that in trading queens at this critical moment in time trouble, which is understandable, but at the same time, it changed the evaluation of the position from -3.5 to -0.08 or something. So that is certainly a weakness that Ju Wenjun does need to repair as soon as possible, wouldn't you say, Judith?
Yes, at the same time, I think this kind of mindset could work when it was balanced, the match, that you kind of want to play for a win in a safe way. You try to simplify the position when you have extra 2 pawns. It was just not enough. So, but the problem is that she's behind in the match. She's 1 point down. So she really has to go for it and has to make it clear that if she has a winning position, she has to go all the way. And she can't be chickening out and go for a more solid one. No, this is not the situation anymore.
No, I mean, we are coming up to game 8, not that many games left, and we have to remind ourselves what is at stake. And of course, it is the honor, the glory of either becoming the women's world champion, or actually, in the case of Ju Wenjun, being a 4-time women's world champion. And look at the prize fund, 500,000 in total. 300,000 will go to the winner, 200,000 to the runner-up. And of course, if you're women's world champion, you can sit there on your crown and wait to be challenged. But there is some consolation for the person who finished second in this battle, because they do get an automatic entry into the next Women's Candidates Tournament. And for those of you asking what is the Candidates Tournament, it is basically the big tournament that chooses the next challenger. So if you finish first there, that's it. You are challenging for the crown.
Well, exactly. This is what it is, right? But right now we are witnessing the World Championship match. And actually, I have to say that it's a pity that there are no more highlight and spotlight on this match, because they do play some very interesting games, and we can really feel the tension of this match. Because for those ladies, especially for the challenger, of course, it's the time of her life. For Ju Wenjun, she is already 3-time world champion, right? I mean, for her, it's not a new experience. It's more of the pressure that she has to defend it again. It's a very different mindset to sit in that situation, I believe. And but for Lei Tingjie, it's something very special, because it changes her life if she becomes the world champion.
Yeah, of course, this is life-changing for Lei Tingjie. And you mentioned mindset, and I'm dying to know, what are your opinions on Lei Tingjie's mindset? Because yesterday she had a very close call, but of course, with her grit and resilience, she managed to neutralize Ju Wenjun's attack and actually escape with a draw. It was an incredible achievement. Will she be feeling like this draw was a victory and that almost she's untouchable? Or will she think, hang on a second, I came scarily close? I need to do some repair work?
I have the feeling that she has an incredible self-confidence, to be honest. That's what I felt also yesterday, that she took the lead and I'm going to win this match. Nobody will take it away from me. At the same time, she did have a scary moment in that game 1 or 2 for a few moves. But we could see that when she played g4, she was not scared at all. She was going for it. She was ready to continue in her style. And okay, it was not the best move, but she had that fighting spirit going on during that game also. Even in the bad moments when she felt that something slipped out of her hand. But for example, after she got the opportunity to save the game, she played almost excellently her defense, and her active play and the way she's handling initiative, we could see in some critical moments yesterday when she gave up the pawn and replacing her knight from the not very good place g3 to all the way to d6. That was a very clear signature by her that she goes for the attack, she goes for the initiative, which is a very healthy attitude. It's my way of playing as well. It worked out many times very well. But also, it worked the same attitude in the endgame. That's how she saved the endgame, that she was playing very active, very much on the compensation. And you can see that even if she slips out, the things are not going on her way, she can handle and go back to stabilize herself and grab the opportunity which is given to her.
Yeah, I've been very impressed by her resourcefulness, and we are about to see a handshake. And I can see by the board that the players are off. And Ju Wenjun, yesterday she played a surprising first move, and now she's opened again with a different move. She's been playing the queen's pawn forward 2 squares. Now it's the turn of the knight.
Yes, I think it's a smart decision by her that she just shows that with playing knight f3 in the first move, I want to play a long game. This is the message she gives, though maybe we are going to be transposing to some main line of d4 because she played 2e3. But I think it's important for her, of course, that in the second half of the match she has to try to unbalance her opponent, and which means that this is not an opening where she is going to be looking for a huge advantage with white, but this is an opening which will show that I want to play a game. I want to show that I'm better than you. I want to create opportunities and chances for myself. This is the message she gives by playing this opening. And actually, it's a reversed Queen's Indian, probably.
And this is actually something that Ju Wenjun played in the 2020 match against Alexandra Goryashkina. And this was the actual opening that she used to strike back and actually win and equalize the match. And there we see it is going to be a reverse. Would it be the bishop comes out to b5, then it would be a reverse like Nimzo, but now the bishop has moved to b2, so it feels like it's a reversed Queen's Indian.
Yeah.
And Ju Wenjun, she is certainly changing things up. But what I did notice, and it made me smile, was that nonetheless, Lei Tingjie got her favourite move on the board, which is to put the pawn on c5.
Okay. But now she played a6, stopping the opportunity for white to go to b5.
Yes.
But I have the feeling that today Ju Wenjun is ready for a huge fight. The way she sits at the board, she is ready for the fight, and she has to be proud of herself of yesterday that she created this opportunity, that she was winning. Of course, we can talk about it that maybe she can be disappointed that she missed her winning opportunity yesterday, which is true. At the same time, she put a lot of pressure yesterday on Lei Tingjie. So it was, it must have been something very difficult day for both of them for different reasons. G3.
Definitely. G3 on the board, and I can tell you that it is an unusual move, but it has been played before, and I'm just checking the database as we speak, and it's many strong players, including someone that you worked with a lot, and that is Zoltan Almashi has played this in 2017. But the most recent game in the database was between Vincent Keimer and Arjun Erigaisi in the Satish Yildiz Chess Festival. Hikaru Nakamura has also doubled in this particular line as well, but this was a blitz game and there he lost. But what I like about this move is that, okay, it's not white's main choice, so definitely Lei Tingjie will take a pause and consider what she will be doing. Because one thing that we've seen with Lei Tingjie is that she doesn't tend to hesitate in the openings. She's been out of there faster than you can actually say a word. She just keeps blitzing the moves, and somehow you're not even sure whether she knows everything or it's a little bit bluff.
Well, probably it's both. Sometimes it's a bluff, but many times she knows what she's doing. But I have the feeling that maybe now she got surprised. She's somehow got something that she was not expecting.
Mm-hmm.
And
G3 is not your main move. Shall we, whilst Lei Tingjie is uncharacteristically thinking, shall we delve into the opening ideas? Well, obviously white wants to put the bishop on G2. That is clear. But let's see how the game could continue. So how would you deal with this, Judith, if you were playing with the black pieces?
Well, there are several ideas I think to consider. First of all, of course, the normal way of playing knight f6 and developing also g6, bishop g7, for example. That's one way of doing it. The other way of doing it, I don't know if black has time. Probably f6, e5 would be something to consider, but after f6, d4 would be very strong. So e5 is not possible to play. Then the other question is whether should black develop her pieces for the bishop from c8, let's say, to f5, and only after that to play e6, and develop the f8 bishop to d6. But already all these things, I think it is one of the key elements of the psychology and preparation of Ju Wenjun, that it's not a winning opening. I'm not going to get a huge advantage probably out of the opening, but I make my opponent think that she has to make the decision, how am I going to put my pieces, right? Do I put my bishop on g4, on f5 before playing e6, or I'm going to play knight f6, e6, bishop d6, and I leave my bishop back on c8? Or do I want to play something like knight f6, g6, bishop g7, which we were discussing just before?
Yeah.
So already when you have several ideas how to develop and you start thinking, that's already a big victory in the opening right now for Ju Wenjun. So I'm very curious how much time Lei Tingjie will be thinking on her next move. Also, I would be thinking d4, you know? Maybe d4 can be also considered to block the bishop's power on b2.
D4 right now. Well, it has been played before, and both games actually, it was traded blows. So to d4, it is a possibility, but one has to be slightly worried about extending in the center so early. I'm guessing that pawn takes pawn would be a reaction.
Takes on the pawn, takes back. I think with the pawn.
Yeah. Oh, we have a move, and she has not gone for any of this. Instead, she's gone for queen c7. So you mentioned e5.
Yeah, it's clear that that's her next move.
That is going to be the calling card, definitely. So Lei Tingjie, she is signaling her aggressive intentions. I must admit, I was expecting black to casually develop the knight, but no, queen c7.
I'm not
again,
sure it's the best move at all. Maybe white is going to be playing c4 in the next move.
Okay.
Because now after c4, d4 is not possible to block the bishop anymore.
c4 is certainly a possibility, so yeah, that would definitely be tempting concrete action, and that would definitely unsettle Lei Tingjie. And as you mentioned, d4 no longer a possibility, so is it possible to go pawn takes pawn, or do you go e6?
Well, if you go e6, I'm not sure the queen on c7 stands so well on that kind of structure. So I would be probably going bishop g2, just develop. And also you have your bishop blocked, right?
Exactly.
If I was also considering maybe if d4 is not possible, because I thought for a second that maybe it is possible after all. But after d4, we can see that e takes d4, c takes d4. And I think white can capture on d4, because after queen e5 check, there is queen e2.
Queen e2, and yes.
And white keeps the pawn, I believe. So this is really not possible, which is very important, I think, if white wants to play c4. So after c4, there is not so much option for black. Probably she has to take on d4, on c4, I'm sorry. And after d takes c4, b takes c4. Already after this e5 is not going to be such a wise option because of the d5 weakness.
So that's in case of e5. Let me just put it up on the board. Then you do
knight c3.
give white this lovely hole on d5. And many people will know I do not advise against conceding your squares so lightly. I mean, no, you've got to fight for them. And I agree. I think we can almost stop here and just say...
And And also, not only that, but right now we are highlighting the weakness of the drawbacks of queen c7. Because if the queen would be on d8 and you can develop your bishop to e6, you covered the d5 square. But now it is so weak that, so this is something that definitely not good for black after playing the move queen c7. So let's go back. So I think c4 is something, a very concrete idea to try to show the weaknesses of the drawbacks of queen c7.
Yeah, and it's not so easy. So here, just taking a look at the database, 2 games, one by Gawain Jones against Petrosian, and there Gawain won. And that game continued with the knights being developed, knight f6, knight c3, and then black went e6. And you do wonder what is going to be the fate of this bishop on c8. And the game continued very naturally there. In the other game that was in the database, actually between Zoltan Almashi against Ina Gaponenko, which is a very strong international master from Ukraine, she took the opportunity to develop the light squared bishop. So after bc4, she went and played bishop out to f5.
Yeah, I also like to have the bishop out there, not to block it with the pawn on e6. It's more like a Lei Tingjie move, I think, to play active and not to leave in passive locations your pieces, like the bishop on c8. Though the bishop on c8 is also not so bad at all, because it can go to the side after b6 to play bishop b7, which is also quite a healthy location for the bishop. I can't complain. I would love it there.
I would also prefer it there, but then again, I don't necessarily like this pawn structure, and it's a very minor thing, and of course black can defend against it, but it does, I feel, give white all the long-term possibilities of a6, b6 and c5, because the pawn on b6 is a backward pawn, and you know, weak pawns, they really stress me out.
I understand.
So
yeah, though once you have your pawn on a6 and after that you go b6, yeah, that pawn can be a weakness at some stage.
Yeah. And again, I do wonder, what is the point of the queen on c7 if the pawn is going to go on e6? So c4 is a big moment actually from Ju Wenjun, where she can, I don't want to say punish, but she can ask some questions, because as you've highlighted, I feel like queen c7 is an inaccuracy.
Well, this e3 g3 setup is actually interesting, because it's like you could also think about it that white cannot decide where she wants to put her bishop. At first she wanted to go bishop e2, and then she changed her mind and she wants to go on the side to have a fianchetto on g2. It's like a confusion. But of course with e3 she's supporting the idea to play d4 at some point. And d4 is also the other move, which is the logical continuation. But definitely you have to do something right now with white to decide which direction you go. Because let's say if you just play bishop g2, in the game position.
In the game position, you just go bishop
g2. Yeah, if
g2.
let's say bishop g2, then black goes e5. And black already kind of, we can say, that takes initiative. Even though when we switch the colors the way usually it is, we like it very much that white is controlling the center. Now black, of course, has a move one tempi behind, but still controlling the center this way, it gives a lot of opportunities and great space advantage for black, because black is going to be developing her pieces knight f6, then she's going to be developing bishop d6 castle, and for white it's very difficult to handle the center this way, because after white is playing d4, then black will push e4. If white plays c4 now, then already black pushes d4 and blocks the bishop on b2. So white really has to do something and react in concretely right now after queen c7 in the game position. It's either c4 or d4, but something has to be done with white, I believe.
Yeah, so we're expecting Ju Wenjun to take some time out and deal with the threat of e5. I like your c4 move a lot, actually, but d4 would be a very positional approach, and maybe we should take a look at that. d4. And how should black respond to this?
Well, first of all, black can take on d4, or she can just play knight f6, let's say, because dc5 is not really threatening, I believe, for several reasons. First of all, after dc5, simply you go e5, and then develop with the bishop c5. I really like black's position. So after knight f6, white can't really take on c5, but probably white would continue it with, after knight f6, knight bd2, for example. And just play a healthy way, developing bishop g2, castle, later on c4, rook c1, and these kind of structures. Queen on e2. I mean, this is the most natural way of continuing, but to win the game, you have to create some ideas which can cause confusion for your opponent. You have to play interesting if you want to win the game, because it shows that the players are very similar in strength. I mean, also in rating, they have just few rating points difference between them. So the strengths of the players are very, very close. This is why it's a big challenge how to unbalance your opponent by any means. And you can see that I see also the cameras, and I see that especially Lei Tingjie, she has full of self-confidence. You can see she shows up, she's there, she knows what she wants. She wants to become world champion. This is what she wants. And she came here for that.
I mean, this could be her one shot. This is the thing with being the challenger. You have to give it your all. You have to want it like no other. And I mean, there's so many stories in the past of like people, challenging for the world championship. They've been in this situation and then they let nerves get to them. So obviously Lei Tingjie can stand on their shoulders and just gauge that knowledge. And one of the things I also agree with you is that Lei Tingjie is a very confident person. And you can also see that in her press conferences. They're very funny press conferences, by the way. I mean, they're very funny because it doesn't seem like the players want to be there. And we have Ju Wenjun. She seems very introverted. She's giving short answers. But Lei Tingjie also does the same, but she's so full of facial expressions, and her answers are so charismatic, even though they're very short, that it's quite humorous. Like, so for instance, yesterday Lei Tingjie was asked, was it a surprise that Ju Wenjun opened with a Caro-Kann? And Lei Tingjie, sharp as anything, said no. and they were like, well, why not? And she played it 2 weeks ago, so absolutely no surprise. And it was that point that Ju Wenjun kind of like, had she been relaxing in her seat, she kind of like opened an eye and just was like, okay, so not a surprise. And well, we see that Ju Wenjun might have got the first surprise in by playing knight f3 and this e3 g3 setup. But it's Lei Tingjie who is once again forcing the current women's world champion to think with her last move, queen c7, with the idea of playing e5 to take the center. And as Judas indicated, it is a very critical moment already in the opening, because white has to take some action in the center to prevent this black pawn pushing from e7 to e5.
But it's interesting that we are discussing now about the surprise and also, of course, how important it is, or how much it affects the players. And I think probably Lei was preparing for this very smartly, that whatever happens, whatever surprise I'm going to get at the board, I just have to play confidently and react in a healthy way. Because let's face it, Caro-Kann, it's not the end of the world. Obviously, if you have to get advantage and win the game, it's a huge challenge. bigger challenge maybe than some of the other opening, because it is just simply so solid. But if you have your mindset that I'm ready to play chess, I'm going to figure out whatever happens, then already you don't have this disappointment and frustration that, oh my God, my opponent made this surprise for me. Oh, she's much more better prepared. It's panic time, you know? So this is something very important. And it seems like from her reply in the press conference, that she just wants to show that I don't care. And even if it's a little surprise, it's not a surprise, okay? Just to let you know.
Yeah.
And obviously, this answer was primary not to the question, but it was an answer to Ju Wenjun that you do whatever you want. I'm going to win.
Yeah. And well, also, I did like her response, this Lei Tingjie, when she was asked, was she telling the truth? And Ju Wenjun said, 99.9% of the time, Ju Wenjun was telling the truth in the press conferences. And Lei Tingjie calmly says, 50%.
Yeah.
Everyone guessing. I mean, what an answer. We definitely need to have more of those press conferences with Lei Tingjie. If she doesn't become Women's World Champion, I think definitely she has some kind of career in comedy, I would say, because she's very charismatic. And there we see Ju Wenjun. She's now spent quite a bit of time thinking about this next move.
Yeah, it's interesting. I've seen Lei Tingjie several years ago in 2021. I was following her a little bit when she was playing in the Challenger Chess Tour. And the tour had a very special way of selection, because we had a gender balanced event with the same number of talented young girls and top players, ladies, and young boys competing. And actually, she was the one who played the best. And we could see that she's talented. She has that fighting spirit, the grit, the what you need to become a champion, you know? We could see that she could bounce back after a loss. She could be fighting it out all the way. They were playing like, lots of games on one day because it was a shorter time control. So we could feel that she's out there to be giving a good challenge to the top ladies later.
Yeah, no,
but now she's.
Yeah, now she's facing Ju Wenjun, and I'm gonna also put you on the spot here, Judith. So Ju Wenjun's hesitation, is this to do with the match situation, that maybe she's full of some, okay, this sounds harsh, self-doubt?
Well, of course, to be 1 point behind and only 5 games to go, she understands that, of course, every game not winning it and not equalizing in a match gives a more and more difficult time. And every game passes with a draw. Of course, Lei can also become more nervous. But right now, the way I see from their body language and the attitude and the play, it seems like it's very difficult to unbalance Lei Tingjie. I mean, it's very clear that she is there to win. And also, as we've seen, Magnus Carlsen not defending his title, you see that after several victories, winning the championship, defending the title, and she defended twice already, it is not so easy to find your motivation and determination to win the victory. Because, of course, you have commitments, you have responsibilities when you're world champion. And obviously, consciously, nobody would say that, no, I don't want to become world champion, right? But I'm not sure she's so determined that it's life or death that she has to win. And yes, it can be a hesitation that what is the best way to create a game? And of course, if the match would be balanced and equal, she would not hesitate on this.
Yeah.
So when you make a surprise, it's tricky, because I remember when I was an e4 player all my life, and sometimes people came up to me and said, "Come on, you can't play e4 all your life. I mean, it's time to surprise your opponent." And once I did, I remember in Linares, one of the rounds I surprised Topalov, I think. Just for the fun of it, I played d4, knight f3, bishop g5, you know? London system. And okay, just by the fact that you surprise your opponent, great, fantastic, you surprise. So all the preparation what your opponent was doing for 2 or 3 hours of the day. But let's face it, London system, you're not killing, especially if you're not an expert. And okay, I had a great position, but I mean, more or less that was it of my surprising career, playing d4. Yeah. I mean, now probably I would have to come up with other things, because simply in modern chess, you cannot play only e4, I believe, because you have not only to surprise, but people have to understand that when you play e4 and d4 and c4 time to time, it's not surprise anymore for your opponent, but for your opponent, at least they have to prepare against e4, against d4, and against c4. So they split their energy on their preparation. So this is why it is important when you play already in competitions where you specifically prepare against a certain opponent. So opening preparation became very different. But at this stage of the match, I think psychology takes a much bigger role than the preparation.
Yeah, definitely. And well, some interesting points there that you made that I'm definitely going to come back to, but we do see that d4 has been played, and that was a move that you suggested as well, and very much in keeping with Ju Wenjun's style. This is familiar to her, but the downside is also probably very familiar to Lei Tingjie as well. And I wonder how Lei Tingjie will react. Will she go knight f6? Will she eliminate the pawns in the center? Which is something that we are often told as well, that it's good to trade in the center, especially when you have a bishop on b2. And we will see what happens. And I wanted to go back to this issue of mindset there that you talked about, Judith. And, you know, how do you keep yourself motivated when you're at the top?
Well, I think the main idea is that you like the game and you care what's going on in every single game. That's the kind of the secret of it, I think. If you care about the game, you care about the details, you care about the nuances, you love the game, the beauty of it, then it's much easier to keep your concentration and motivation on events. But of course, it's very easy to lose it also. But if you're in it every day, you can find new things and discover new things.
Right, because we're often told about this, you know, we have the growth mentality, you know, you've got to just enjoy, have passion for the thing that you're doing. But it's, I don't know, I mean, just you mentioned there, you touched that Ju Wenjun, she's already been, she's the reigning 3-time women's world champion. We've already seen Magnus Carlsen say, look, he's not fighting for the world championship title anymore. He's not motivated by it. And how can you not let these type of things affect you? And what I'm just trying to say is that for Ju Wenjun, you know, she's been at the top of her game. She's been number 2 in the world, just behind Hou Yifan. And it must be very difficult to play chess and enjoy chess when you know that the price of a loss is so high. And let's say, for instance, you know it's going to be in the papers. You know people are going to be making a big deal. But victories, on the other hand, don't feel that important. Or is that something that I'm wrong about?
Well, it is a problem if you feel that way. If you feel much more of the pressure is taking over and you don't feel the value of victory, then that's a huge problem, because then it will be more and more difficult to compete and play every single game. Once you don't feel the taste of victory, that, okay, I did it, it's great, it's an achievement. Once you feel that you don't feel that if you win, you achieve something, you can only lose when you sit at the board. This is the kind of moment, I believe, that what Magnus had, that he felt that just okay, sorry, but to win again, let's say against Nepo, who he won already, it's not going to give him much pleasure, but he can lose so much. And there is a very good chance that he can lose, because if you don't care, you don't put your energy, it's not that you are determined to win and fight. You just go there and show your business card that I'm Magnus Carlsen. They are not going to resign, Nobody will resign. So you do have to put your energy, your effort, your preparation, your determination, and not only in the chessboard, but in your mindset. And also, you feel it at the board, your opponent. I mean, when I played against Kasparov, this was one of his biggest strengths, apart from his preparation and other things. Impression that you're dead. Okay? You're dead. So he really came there to beat you and win and tear you apart. And you felt that. And of course, if you feel that the other one just came here to play a game, making moves, you don't feel that power at the board. While here you see that Lei Tingjie, she came here to win. I mean, look the powerful self-confidence she has. All these colorful blouse. Yesterday she was in orange, now in green, with colors there, determination. Looking, it's like focus, you can see. She wants that. She wants to become a world champion, no question about it.
Yes, and I completely agree with you. And we can see Lei Tingjie, she is now fiercely looking at the board, considering what she will be doing next. And you can feel the tension there in the playing hall and the Chongqing. And we see our two warriors that are setting the scene nicely for what is going to be a very tense middle game struggle. And this is the perfect time for us to take our first break of the day. But don't go anywhere, because the action will of course resume in just a few minutes.
Move over, Mittens. Move over, Mittens. There's a new top dog in town. Benji the Bernedoodle might be an international master of fetch, but chess lessons with his dad, Gotham Chess, aren't really sticking. Host of his own public access TV show, Wishboy knows a thing or two about the most dramatic moment in chess history. A baller through and through, Buddy Buckets is moving his game from the basketball court to the chessboard. Watch out! Pinky practices chess from the inside of his mom's handbag on Woofstock's law campus. Don't judge a dog by its Diamante collar. Ponchik learned chess from his dad, GM Levon Aronian. He has never lost to another dog at chess, and certainly won't lose to you. This July, the possumness is unleashed on chess.com.
And we are back in Chongqing, where the players are getting ready. They are sat there at the board, playing out Game 8 of the Women's World Championship match. And we've already seen Lei Tingjie, despite being somewhat surprised in the opening, has responded confidently. And once again, we see Ju Wenjun in deep thought. And in the break, there we see Ju Wenjun there on camera, just with her head in her hands, just thinking about what to do. But we will just recap those two moves that have been played. So after Ju Wenjun responded with d4, we did see Lei Tingjie react in a very thematic way by capturing on d4. And after pawn takes pawn, the big idea is that this bishop on b2 is blocked. And that is going to be a nuisance for white for a long time. That's a theory. But there is a kind of twist to it. I mean, this bishop on b2 actually does have some role in supporting a potential c2, c4 break, and also reinforcing control of the e5 square. And that is why Lei Tingjie decided to develop the bishop out to g4. And once again, the question mark is on Ju Wenjun. She is thinking, what should she do? Should she develop the bishop to e2? Should she develop the bishop to g2? Should the knight come out to d2? What is going to be her response? And according to my database, don't think anyone has ever reached this exact position.
Well, black has a very healthy...
Nope.
Black has a very healthy position, I must say. And you can see the energy in black's play. Very simple, very straightforward, very active play by black. And, well, obviously, once you play g3, I mean, the logical continuation is to go bishop g2 or knight d2 first. But without g3, usually these kind of positions, white would be going knight d2 and put the bishop on e2 or e3 or d3. So this is not going to be the case here, because white is going to have to put the bishop on g2. There is no other way. But black can play simply very simple way after bishop g2. Let's say if we start looking what are the how it can be unfolded: knight f6, knight d2, e6. Simply bishop d6 afterwards, castling, and black has a very, very normal position.
Yeah,
and having the bishop on g4.
For white. Yeah, the bishop is out of the chain. I always see that scene. I don't know if you ever saw it. The Inside Out is this Pixar film, and they're talking about all these personalities you have in the brain. And there's one called Anger, and he says the foot is down. But and I don't know why, but I always think of that scene. But with the bishop out, the bishop is out. It is out, and because. When you adopt this light square strategy, often the bishop is saddled there on c8, and it's like an eternal problem. How are you going to get it out? How are you going to make use of it? And now it's out, and it would even quite happily exchange itself for the knight if given the opportunity. So, for instance, if Ju Wenjun decides, okay, so we do see bishop g2 on the board. But just say, for instance, Ju Wenjun decides that she's threatening to go h3, g4 and kind of hunt that bishop down. There is the possibility just to avoid these type of things, and bishop takes knight can be played. But okay, that is definitely an idea, let's say. But we see bishop g2 played, and there we go to bishop g2, e6 played immediately.
And we see again that Ju Wenjun is behind in time, which is again not a very good sign. She's playing with the white pieces. She made the surprising opening choice, and still she's 10 minutes behind. We can see that Lei Tingjie is feeling her good, feels comfortable about her position. In the next move, she's going to be fast also, because there's no way that she's not going to bring out her bishop to d6. After that, she's going to be developing with her knight, and putting castle. So there is a very easy play for black the next several moves.
Yeah, I completely agree. Black just has to get the king to safety or connect the rooks, as someone said. The whole point of castling isn't to get the king to safety, which is actually what I've been like drumming this concept into my students. Like, you got to get your king to safety. It's like, no. It's just to connect the rooks. And there we do see Ju Wenjun. She does castle the king.
And then Kramnik comes, and a few years ago he just says, no castle chess. Let's try that out, right?
Because if you think about it, it doesn't really make sense, right? This whole castling concept. Like, you have this logical framework about the pieces all moving in a certain way. And then suddenly there's like, oh no, the king on its first go can actually move 2 squares and the rook will hop over. I wonder who came up with the castling rule.
Yeah, but still, when Vladimir came up with this idea, I was in a shock at first. That, obviously it came up only because theory is so much in chess and it's so much worked out that people are looking for little changes to be able to refresh the game of chess, right? So top players don't have to work 24/7 on the opening ideas. But still, I'm not a big fan of non-castling, I must say. For the fun of it, to try it out, yes. But there are openings which you simply cannot play in that case if you cannot castle. For example, in this position, if you cannot castle with white, with black it's even not so bad, I believe, because you can still go bishop d6, knight f6, king e7, you move the rook, and then you kind of castle. So you have that kind of thing. But with white, in this position, you can't really get on well without having your castle.
Yeah, you do need to have this concept of getting your king to safety, castling. But I agree with you, for fun. And I think there's a place for chess variants, and I'm all for it. In fact, the chess variant that I really want to see like popularized is something that I grew up playing. At the club, they used to have like these fun nights, and one of them was called buzzer chess. Lightning chess is another name for it. And the buzzer would go off every 10 seconds, 20 seconds, and you had to make a move as soon as the buzzer went off, and it was incredible. And because you don't have that much time to think, and the visual impact of everyone making the move together. And of course, if you don't make your move in time, that's it, you lose, you forfeit the game. And so you'd see people leaving, and it was just, I enjoyed those moments.
But how did you play? It was a tournament, like few people are playing?
It was a tournament. It was a club night. We were all lined up in one row, and the white players and the black players, and then the buzzer would go off, because I think there was actually a British buzzer tournament, British Lightning Championship, and that went off every 10 seconds. But we were playing a little bit slowly, like 20 seconds. And 20 seconds, this buzzer would just go, and then everyone had to make the move. And it was great because you could literally see that some people were spending 20 seconds like thinking, and some people were spending 10 seconds thinking, and 10 seconds thinking, I don't know what I'm going to play. And then, they weren't like physically fast enough. So I'm a big fan of having more events like this in our calendar. And as you mentioned, going back to the board, knight f6 played, and as you've indicated, we are expecting Lei Tingjie to put the bishop out to d6, get the king to safety, connect the rooks, and wait for white to come up with an active plan. And we see once again Ju Wenjun in deep thought.
Well, you can see Lei Tingjie, she's just so relaxed. She's just so happy with her position.
Yeah. And one of the things, again, she's been telling us in the press conference that nothing phases her. She says she's just excited to be here. She's excited to play good chess. If her team tell her she's playing great chess, then she's happy. And It's very nice to hear these kind of words. Whether it's true or not, she herself told us. Take what she says with a pinch of salt. But we was definitely from her body language and the fact that she's still sitting present at the board. She doesn't get so nervous that she has to walk away and sit in the player's resting area. And there we see knight d2 being played by Ju Wenjun. Again, very natural. Bishop d6. Will the bishop go to d6 or bishop e7? I probably would choose bishop d6 just to kind of keep an eye on the e5 square.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking at first, but white is going to play c4. That's very clear. So the white's plan is to play c4, rook c1, queen e2, probably go rook fd1, and then probably eventually she's going to be playing h3, pushing away that bishop, asking where does it want to go. So it's going to be a long game, maneuvering middle game, and we can have that for a long time, that there is not going to be another exchange. No exchange of pieces for quite some time, I believe.
And what do you think of these positions where all the minor pieces are present on the board? I personally found them very complicated. That's why I'm asking the question.
They are very complicated, and you start maneuvering with them, right? And you have to understand the position, what kind of plans you have, what kind of pawn structures there are, how it's going to be changing. Because, for example, in this position after c4, it can easily be the case that at some point black takes on c4. So we're going to have 2 pawns in the center for white. So it can change the pawn structure also, but it can be very complicated settings of the 4 minor pieces, each white and black.
Yeah, and I agree with you. Hanging pawns might be definitely a possibility which white will be playing for. In which case, if you're anticipating white to play c2, c4, then the bishop should go on e7.
Yeah, that's the thing, that there is a good chance that she will develop her bishop to e7, not to d6, because on d6 it stands nice, but it doesn't give any attack, right? Having the pawn on g3 for white, it blocks the bishop anyway.
Yeah.
It's more that sometimes it's useful to have the bishop on d6 to control the e5 square. That's it.
That is, again, a very good point, control the e5 square, and also just to kind of determine where you're gonna go. I think because I'm like half chicken, half brave person, I go bishop e7. The chicken nature wins, and we will see what Lei Tingjie will respond with. And I did see a comment there in chat that Lei Tingjie does have the body language of a champion. She actually seems like she's the women's world champion, and it is Ju Wenjun who is the challenger. But one of the things that I would say about the Chinese players, and I think Lei Tingjie is very much the exception here, is that they often don't give that much away. They're very reserved over the board, and I found it very difficult to read the body language of, say, whenever I played Ju Wenjun. I can't tell when she's upset. I can't tell when she's winning. She just seems to me just be very calm. And the same goes with Ding Liren. I think there was a famous meme going around. Ding Liren, slight advantage. Ding Liren winning, Ding Liren losing, and it's literally the same face. But
yes.
I mean, and also there's this kind of a stereotype going around that the Chinese chess players, they're very strong, don't get nervous. Again, I can only think of one exception to that rule. Most of them seem very calm, just very reserved, very stable chess players.
Yeah, but I think it does not go for Lei Tingjie, I think.
No, Lei Tingjie is expressive.
Yeah. Yeah, she's just very expressive.
But do you think that this is off-putting when you play? Because you mentioned yourself, Judith, there, when you played like Garry Kasparov and when you played Anatoly Karpov, you know, these guys wanted to win. And you could feel that power, that confidence radiating from the board. And is it also kind of somewhat distracting if you make a move and you look at your opponent and they're like going, or whatever they are doing?
It was not disturbing. It was more like, okay, he's doing it this way, the other that way. Karpov, for example, by far was not so expressive as Kasparov. But, of course, after some time, you know the players, even if they don't want to give away anything. You know them. I mean, with Vichy, you know, with Kramnik, you know. Unfortunately, with Kramnik, I didn't really experience many times how it is when he has a bad position. But, of course, some players you see that, they sit at the board more, or it's very typical that if you feel good in a position, then you stand up and you go away to look around. Obviously, that is kind of a sign that, okay, I'm doing fine. Now I look around the other boards, what's going on. So you get to know the habits of the players, and it's like you can read their body language, the way they look at the board, the way they stand up, when they stand up, and how much the time, how much they think in certain positions, situations. And, you know, for example, my mother, she knew exactly all the time how I'm standing and what kind of situation I'm in. And it's not because she understood what's going on the chessboard. Her level of chess is very, very low. But she knew me very well, so she understood every time by my body language what is the situation. So that's how she was reading me.
Yeah, no, it was interesting you say that, because Alexandra Kostaniuk said the same, that her mother didn't play chess, but she could always like look at her and go, oh, Alexandra is not in trouble. Yeah, it's all good. And on that subject of these tells, so to speak, can you enlighten us? Like, for instance, like Vichy, like what did he do when he was winning? What did he do when he's losing?
Well, you know, with some players like Vichy also, I think, but also yesterday we've seen with Lei, I think, that sometimes that when things are going badly, you have more body movements. You know, like you're changing your pose somehow. That it expresses that you don't feel comfortable in the position. You know, you put your hand like this, then the other one, then maybe your how you say it, when you give noise from your throat.
You clear your throat.
Yeah. So and you know these things that how the other one is behaving, or the contrary, that somebody is very energetic, and then when they have a bad position, they are very calm, like freezing.
And was there any kind of like tell, like for instance they had spotted some tactic and they were just calculating it out? I like that chat says, I always clear my throat when I see checkmate coming. Yes. That reminded me of this one story that I had. I used to sit next to this international master. This was many years ago at the Four Nations Chess League, and he had one season where he played really well, but the next season he played really badly, and things just didn't go his way. And and what would happen was that he would be invariably surprised with his opponent playing some killer move, and then he would go and every time I sat next to him, I was just waiting for that moment when he would go now obviously these two players are not like that, and it's very rare that someone gives away the game quite like that, but it's definitely interesting to kind of be able, as you mentioned, to read your opponent.
Yes, it's interesting. And what I found interesting, for example, when I was in competition, I have to tell you the truth that I was never working on those things consciously, deliberately with someone who understands body language, who understands. I was not doing those things, but I think it can be extremely useful to understand yourself. And because many times later on, I started to make some coaching, and I started to understand myself better, my what I think, why do I respond on things when I don't like in some situations, or why do I react differently. And it helps for you to understand that when you are in this kind of situation, what kind of body movements you do, how do you calm yourself down, how do you control the things, how to manage yourself also. So these things are, I think, very interesting in chess. I was more doing it by intuitively when I was a kid, and by experience.
Right, because I do, having spoken to a lot of grandmasters, is that a lot of grandmasters, especially the top ones, they choose their openings based on the player and their character. And they say, well, they've noticed that they're not a risk taker, so therefore they play provocative openings just to get away with things. And I was really surprised that how they are taking that philosophy of playing the person, not the board, to the lengths that they are in the opening. And we also see Magnus do this as well. He will always have, when you speak to him privately, he will always have like some comment, that some observation that he's noticed about his opponents, and something that really cuts to the heart of the matter. Like, for instance, can't do tension, or it gets bored easily. And then he'll go, okay, well, if you get bored easily, well, you know what's coming next. That will be 70 moves of endgame for you.
Yeah. Well, this is also very interesting that, of course, different part of your career, depending where you are standing on the rankings and in your strengths. Like when I was a kid, obviously I had to know myself, my openings, what I'm going to be playing, right? Because I had no idea in an open tournament, who am I going to be playing? I didn't even know that person. Most likely I was not even be able to find any games of him, especially when I was a teenager. There were no computer databases, right? Mm-hmm. So later on, when I started to play on events where I could prepare against my opponent, that was a completely different story already. Indeed, you check your opponent, what he's playing or what she's playing, and then you do your decisions accordingly. And that's why with some players, for example, people said that, okay, some of the grandmaster, what would they do if they would play in an open tournament where they get to know who is the opponent 3 hours before the game? They cannot prepare that way, the way they prepare against everyone, that they know what they play, or the opponent, and that's how they prepare. So it does need a completely different preparation when you go on a higher level and you are able to prepare for your opponent. Because of this, because all the top guys, they are just simply using this, because this is how they can be more successful, that they play specifically against that person. What is the most unpleasant opening against them? Which you can do when, even if you play in the Olympiad, because you played many times also. It's only 2-3 hours before the game that you get to know who is exactly you're playing with. So you have a completely different kind of method of preparing, making decisions, what you're going to be playing. And anyway, right? So it's not only about objectively what is the best move in the position.
That is very, very true. And as you mentioned, you can play different types of chess. Like, for instance, as you mentioned, in the Swiss, when it's just about resilience, endurance, and perhaps having your own repertoire worked out as much as possible. And then, of course, you have the people and let's not just also say it's at that high level, because I also know plenty of people who play at the club every Tuesday night or Thursday night, and they play the same players again and again, and there's a big rivalry going on. Now, I haven't, it's shocked me a little bit, but then at the same time, I really enjoyed the story, as I was told that when I first published my Caro-Kann book, that this club in, I think it was Narvik in Norway, they were all Caro-Kann players, and they all got together at a club night and they discussed my book, and there were like factions who were against it and the factions who were for it, and they were doing research and they were all saying this is good, this is that, and in the meantime I do see the bishop did develop to d6. It was just a matter of taste. And yeah, and the whole point of them doing so much analysis on the Caro-Kann was because they wanted to use this opening against a rival club.
Oh.
I was really shocked by the concept that, that the Norwegian amateurs, they are serious. And also, when I'm thinking about the English players as well, the club players, they do a lot of research. There's a lot of rivalry and a lot of players who have played each other a lot of times. And you gotta, it's more than just the chess at stake, let's put it that way.
It's interesting, that sometimes I wonder that why is it that many times you feel this rivalry and this competitiveness when chess is so beautiful by itself.
Mm-hmm.
And but still, I mean competition is on every level. I see that every level, whether you're 1700, 1800, 800, you still have that, oh, I'm better than the other one, I won.
Someone who's motivated. Someone who's motivated by winning, then I definitely understand you. And talking about winning, and we're talking about fast moves, we see Ju Wenjun, she hasn't wasted any time, because we were talking, let's go back one move that we were considering, like rook c1, queen e2, rook d1, and then only then c4, but Ju Wenjun says no, that does not appeal to me, so I'm going to play c4. And Lei Tingjie says, you know what, I thought about that one a long time ago, and I'm just simply going to castle. And once again, we come at the crossroads. How is White going to continue the game? Is she going to go back to the plan of just centralizing the rooks, moving the queen, taking the center? I love that line. It's, I think, from a Hungarian international master, András Toth. Great author as well, as you know, you collaborated with him on Master Your Chess, and he talks about the center, and I love that one. With the center, you control more squares and therefore control a lot more of the possibilities. And what will White do next? I mean, moves that appeal to me, I do like asking the question to the bishop. I do like your queen e2 move, connecting the rooks. And one thing that I also have a big soft spot for is at the right time doing this type of plan, c5, b4, b5, and just overwhelming the queen side. Now obviously it's not possible now because b4 is not an idea, as it gives away the pawn because the knight is there.
Well, exactly, this is a huge question whether c5 should be played or not. For now, I would just keep the tension, playing queen e2, rook c1 as we talked about. But c5 is interesting, and bishop d6, we can say that it's also a provocation of c5, because you're much more invited to play c5 with the tempo than if the bishop is on e7, right?
Yeah.
It's a very committal
definitely.
move to play c5.
Yeah, I only like to do it if I can back it up with b4 and get the queen side motoring. And I also put another caveat into there. If black doesn't have control over e5 as well. Those are kind of my things. And then if you get c5 in, I just wanted to highlight, I call it the big clamp. And the reason I do that is because you just clamp down on the center and then you just overrun on the queen side. And often, if you do it successfully, it's very effective in the endgame, for instance. Basically, your opponent is helpless.
Well, we are far from that right now.
Yes.
At this point, black looks like kind of a healthy position. And after c5, bishop e7, black would be playing also knight e4. That's a good spot for the knight. or but of course b6. As you pointed out that you want to play a3, b4 so that you back up your c5 pawn. But after a3, black usually plays a5, so to block the b4 opportunity for white. I would think that c5 is premature at the moment.
Definitely. I would not touch c5 right now, but it's something, if you maintain the tension, it's something that white has in the back of their pocket, and it's something that Lei Tingjie will need to consider. And going back to the game position, I like your move, Queen e2. Queen e2, and maintain the tension. One move I would not recommend at all is actually eliminating the tension, not with c takes d5, because there you just voluntarily ruin your pawn structure, and suddenly it frees up the position for black. So don't do that one.
Yeah, c takes d5 is something we should consider because it is completely against the nature of the position. Basically, white has to keep the tension. And also we should not forget, the reason I'm also thinking to play maybe is to start with queen e2, not with rook c1, because black is can be thinking jumping into the center to e4 with the knight. So the e4 square is also kind of important for white to control.
Yeah, and knight e4 is a very thematic move for black. And black's plans, black's plans mainly revolve around capturing on c4, right, at the right time. If you take away knight e4, I don't see anything else. Maybe e5. I mean, could e5 be something that, after all, the knight is on d2, not putting pressure on the center?
Well, I think it's very difficult to play e5 for quite some time, because, for example, if it would be black to move, e5 I think is not possible to c5.
Yeah.
And then pushing back the bishop and the e5 pawn is vulnerable, and taking a3. Did she play a3?
She did play a3. Okay. Well, again, Ju Wenjun is signaling her intentions.
Yeah, not hiding it. Very clear.
c4, c5. She's waving it with a red flag. This is what I want to do. And take that, Lei Tingjie. How are you gonna meet c5? And she's gonna back that up with b4, and then just expand on the queen side. It's so funny how I mentioned this plan, and I was like, yeah, it's gonna happen, but maybe not now. And then literally a3 comes, and she's like, okay.
Well, there is a good chance that black is gonna capture on c4 now.
Yeah. And then we have a change of pawn structure, and I think you've advised it, Alexandra has advised it, Daniel Naroditsky has also advised it. They say that when there's a pawn structure, the change of pawn okay. Then when there is a change of pawn structure, the first thing you should do is, once there's, say, for instance, pawn takes pawn, like this, is that you should get up and take a break and zoom out of the position, so to speak. So then you can evaluate the position, you can evaluate the dynamics, the statics, and just go into the position again with a clean state of mind.
Yes, it can be the case, but in this structure, of course, d takes c4, b c4 is a common exchange. And I must say that in these positions, I believe the bishop stands better on e7, because then you have a target on d4, so black can follow up with rook d8 and put pressure there. And especially that white, after d takes c4, b c4, white's threat can be easily, immediately d5 and ruin the king structure, pawn structure, by capturing on f6 with the bishop. So that's why also black should be reacting quickly against that.
Yeah, that is definitely something to consider. But still, I mean, does black have the luxury, for instance, of saying, well, there's been a change of pawn structure, that's very committal, I provoked that, can I return my bishop to e7? Is that too much of a liberty?
Well, I'm not sure you have better than that, because d5 is something really you have to look after. So you have to make a preventional move against that. But after bishop e7, I must say that we can say that black lost the tempo. So after all, maybe bishop e7 was a better choice immediately, not to play bishop d6.
Yeah. My experience in this type of position is always bishop e7. And bishop d6 looks very nice and more active, but you are facing off against what I call a brick wall. And, well, in that case, it doesn't really matter where the bishop is, but bishop e7 is always my preference. And, okay, I will stop clicking random squares on the board. That was doing that accidentally while I was talking. It's the curse of being a fidgeter. I cannot keep still. So I'm sure our producers really love me for that. Bishop e7 on the board. Well, okay, so that's a possibility. Pawn takes pawn and retreating the bishop back to e7.
But I would wonder if, let's say, we don't exchange on c4, because I understand that, of course, it's very clear idea what white has in mind after a3 to push c5 and b4. But what happens if black goes knight e4? And I don't care. I don't care. You go c5. I go bishop e7. And then what's your next move?
My next move is, usually the idea is to kind of break out in the center, but here it's not possible because the d5 pawn isn't secure enough and I don't want to be making a weakness. But the next move would be, I guess you put, let me just think in caro terms. In caro terms, I would put pressure on d4. So I would go bishop f6.
No. It's white to move after
it's white
knight
to play.
e4.
Yeah.
But the problem is with white. Yeah, I mean, probably you thought that after b4, bishop f6, right? That's one of the options. But the other option I thought before playing your bishop f6 to play f5 sometimes. Of course, it's a very committal move, but f5, bishop f6, putting pressure on d4. Black's position is extremely energetic. Maybe too energetic though, but
No. This is very, very nice because it's very difficult to dislodge this knight on e4. Again, you're preaching to the choir here because I see this kind of idea all the time in the Caro-Kann and also in the structures that you use when you fight against the Catalan. You just put the knight on e4 and you just reinforce it. That is certainly
because I think the e4 square is very important, as we pointed out before also, and it is, when I say very important, it is very powerful. You're taking space for yourself, which is very important.
And we see chat saying that whenever you suggest a move, Judith, the computer loves it. Excellent.
And this is not fair?
No, I didn't read that part out because I also feel it's not fair. I haven't yet reached that stage where the computer's loving my moves. More or less, it's like a lottery. I'm like looking at it. Oh, well done. It didn't say no. That's an interesting point. Knight e4. It's a good reaction and it's very typical of Lei Tingjie style, just to take control in the center and grab some squares. And going back to this position, just before I played the very committal c5, if I were to ask the question to your bishop, so for instance with h3, are you taking a step back?
So you want to talk to my bishop. Bishop h5, let's provoke you further.
Yes. And still the plan is going to be the same, right? F5.
Yeah, I believe so. Why not? And also after h3, the g3 can be sometimes vulnerable.
It's a bit soft, right? And
not a big problem, but I'm not sure what white gained with h3. That's the only thing.
yeah, I was kind of hoping that I would chase down this bishop in some dimension, I have to say. I don't think it's actually possible. I was hoping to really pour fuel into the fire and go for this type of setup.
You're very optimistic, but look at that f4 square.
I know.
Square. This lovely Emmentaler cheese.
Yes.
Full of holes.
I've done that to White's position, but I'm just doing this just so I could try to get something back. But okay, I wanted to just give up this, but then I can see the computer sliding down, and like you say, the f4 square is
I would give it check on h2 just in case, I think. Yeah. And maybe after that to go bishop f4 or maybe knight g6. Now you can take a pawn, so maybe I should have take on d2, simply exchange, and then bishop f4.
Bishop f4, yeah. So that kind of plan, which actually, I laughed at it as well, and it is a little bit ridiculous, but sometimes this kind of plan is something to be considered, because often, I live by the rule that if you let the light square bishop come out, you've got to harass it. But maybe in this type of structure, it's clearly not a possible move. So h3 not going to be played, and we're going to leave you here. a3 has been played, and Lei Tingjie has to consider what she is going to do. Is she going to follow Judith's recommendation of putting a knight into the center? I like that move a lot. And simply ignoring, or is she going to react with this pawn capture? D takes c4, and we are going to leave you in a very important junction, and there's going to be a lot of action coming soon. But first, something is coming your way in the chess calendar. It is the Bullet Chess Championship. The most elite tournament in bullet chess returns on Monday. You do not want to miss the 4th ever Bullet Chess Championship, featuring the most formidable lineup the event has ever seen. For the first time, Magnus Carlsen joins the fray, where reigning champ Hikaru Nakamura and 2021 champion Alireza Firouzja await. 16 of the greatest names in speed chess will enter the arena to fight for their share of the $100,000 prize fund. It all kicks off on July the 17th. Use !BCC in chat for all the details. And with that, we'll be right back. The action continues between these two Chinese superstars right after this break.
Hi, I'm Grandmaster Anish Giri, and welcome to Left-Hand Repertoire's 1e4. The so-called Latvian gambit is horrible. F5, knight takes e5. This is not how chess is played. He played too many moves with pawns and the queen, and didn't develop his light pieces. And if knight e4, this is a very important trick to remember. Many people fall for it, actually. Knight to b5, brilliant idea. ab and queen g7, and after rook f8, bishop h6, queen c5, and f3, and surprisingly, queen f2 is almost checkmate, but it's not. If your opponent wants to be solid, we go for the aggressive, for the kill. If your opponent wants us to go for the kill, we play simple chess. And just use the fact that we have more space in the center, clear-cut plans, and nothing to worry about.
Have a friend or family member who loves chess? Gift them a Chess.com membership today and see them take their game to the next level. You can choose a gold, platinum, or diamond membership for 1 month or 1 year. Want your gift to arrive on your friend's birthday or on a holiday? Gifts can be scheduled to arrive up to 90 days in the future. All premium plans include an ad-free experience, unlimited puzzles and lessons, and unlock all bots. Go platinum to add unlimited game review, or diamond to unlock insights and coach explanations. Give the gift of chess today.
I didn't think about winning or defending the goal. I just think we're still a strong team, and hopefully we can play our best.
And we are back there in Chongqing, and there we saw this very nice video of the women's world champion Ju Wenjun in action. And we have to remind everyone that she is a 3-time back-to-back reigning women's world champion. In 2018, she took the crown from Tang Zhongyi. A few months later, she defended it and actually retained her women's world title in a completely different format. It was a women's world championship knockout, and she had a lot of adventures along the way, but she was very impressive. And in 2020, of course, she fended off the young Russian Alexandra Goryachkina. And now she has a new challenger, Lei Tingjie, and our reigning women's world champion Ju Wenjun, she is trailing by 1 point. But in this game, she does have the white pieces.
Well, we've seen some moves.
Yes, I was just going to mention that. Yeah, we did see in the break 2 moves. So we saw after a3, we were looking at the nice move, knight to e4. I think this was my personal favorite, and I urge everyone who's watching this position for the first time to put this knight jump into the memory banks and have it as a very active option, because you can back that up with f5, solidifying the knight. That was highlighted by Judith, and instead Lei Tingjie played a move that I kind of would describe as a kind of a knee-jerk reaction, because she responded with a5, moving that pawn twice to get to a5, but with the plan of stopping white from bolstering this c4, c5 pawn advance with a b4. So she took control over the b4 square, but there were consequences there. She did abandon control of the b5 square, and this could come back to bite maybe 30 moves down the line. We'll see. And in the meantime, a question was asked to the bishop, and the bishop said, no trades for me today, and instead the tension along this diagonal is still there as the bishop retreated to h5. So my first question is a5. What do we think about this move?
I don't like this move. Saying it very clearly. Sorry. Maybe for the future world champion I'm criticizing, but I don't like this move. And I can tell you why I don't like this. Because, first of all, after a5, white is not necessarily going to play c5, because it is a prophylactical move, right? It is a 100% prophylactical move. And you think 100 times before you make such a move. Prophylactical moves are great, but now the b5 square is a weakness. Of course, the d2 knight is very far away from reaching out to b5, but also the other problem I have, that after a5, I don't think d takes c4 will be a good choice, because after that, already with the rook on b1 on the b file, there are extra weaknesses. And in the long run, it can give a lot of trouble for black. So this is my problem with a5. The other thing is that I think the time element is very important, and still I can only emphasize on the importance of the e4 square, which for the moment nobody is paying too much attention. I'm saying this from this aspect that With white, you can go queen e2 and control the e4 square. Black had the opportunity to play knight e4. She didn't play knight e4. So right now, I think white has to make a decision whether, well, to play c5. I'm not sure I like it at all. I think a logical continuation is, the most logical is queen e2, control the e4 square. To keep in mind that c5 is always an alternative for white. But for example, here, if white wants to go c5, if we watch that line, c5, bishop e7. Let's say if you want to support b4, you would have to play bishop c3 immediately, right? So after b6, you are able to play b4. But after bishop c3, knight e4 would be extremely strong.
Yeah.
So this is why, for example, immediate c5, bishop c3 does not work, I believe. So queen e2 instead of c5. Already after that, white can consider to have this plan of playing the move c5 and bishop c3, b4 point. Though I think there is no rush at all for white. Because really, d takes c4, if black will play d takes c4, then a5 clearly was a big weakness, creating huge weaknesses. So white is rushing nowhere. That's why I would support queen e2.
Yeah, queen e2 makes a lot of sense, primarily to stop that knight jumping into e4, as you've highlighted, and also to pass the ball back in black's court, because if we take a look after queen e2, I can't tell you what black's plan is. Yes, black can want to play rook c8, rook d8, rook e8. I don't quite know where to put the rooks. So I want to put something on d8. But once those two rooks have found their homes, again, there is no active plan for black. This bishop on h5 is kind of in the way, because some plans that I've seen, for instance, is that you can go g6, go bishop f8, bishop g7, just reroute the bishop to the long diagonal. It's not going to happen with this bishop on h5.
Yeah.
And
until your bishop is on h5, you're not going to regrouping your bishop that way.
Exactly. And it's not like you can move the knight out of the way to e7, because of course c5 will then happen. And as you've highlighted, the clear consequence of playing a5 is that you've abandoned control of the b line. So there is no way that pawn takes pawn is ever attractive now. So
actually, maybe bishop e7. What do you think about playing bishop e7, a prophylactical move? Because if the bishop is on e7, I was thinking the reason it came to my mind to play bishop e7 is because I was wondering if a4 is possible. But having the bishop on d6, a4 is not possible due to c5 with the tempo, and after that b4, and it's a huge advantage for white, right? But after bishop e7, maybe a4 is something that black can think of.
Definitely. A4, I've had that done myself, a4, and just to destabilize the c4 point, and upon which I would, and we actually have a move, queen e2 played. So, well, it's going to be a very relevant question now for Lei Tingjie. What is she going to do? Step back with the bishop and threaten a4?
And again, we see a little time advantage for Lei. For Lei, and it's going back and forth. If you see, sometimes Lei has more time, sometimes Ju has more time, so they are going back and forth. And they spent not little time, I must say, looking at the position. I mean, they could even play it much faster to reach this position.
They certainly could have used less time on the clock, because both sides are still setting the scene, as you mentioned, and the action is going to happen within the next 10 moves. And yeah, bishop e7, very sophisticated move. I'll be honest, I'm not quite sure it's in keeping with Lei Tingjie's style. And you also have to detach yourself from your ego, because you could have played the bishop on e7 a few moves ago, and instead black chose bishop d6, and so to retreat it to e7 and just say, you know what, I made a mistake, it should have been there all along. That's going to be a difficult one to make.
At the same time, in chess, it's one of the most important things to admit your mistakes. It happens so many times that you make a move, several moves later, you discover that this is not the place for that piece. And then you say, I admit, or I made a move and I go back where I came from. And yes, it is very clearly giving the message that I admit, I put up my hands, I say, yes, I did not make the best moves, but it's still better to admit than to be stubborn and stick to something bad or which is just simply doesn't fit the position.
I know, I know, but you
We
have to
all
be
know.
an angel to do these things. Yes, I was wrong. Actually, Bishop E7 did appeal to me. I did think of it in another incarnation. Like, for instance, I thought maybe it could be a good idea to go, instead of pawn takes pawn over to Queen E2, is to put the rook on E8 or D8. I wasn't sure where, but so I was just going to pick a random one and then put the bishop back to F8. I don't know why.
Well,
Because
let's
there
see.
is-
Let's see. It's sensible. What if I go C5 and after bishop
Yeah.
F8, I go bishop C3?
And you're determined to get B4 in.
I don't know, maybe
this
you
is
can
my
go
problem in the position.
B6.
I almost feel like I have to go bishop takes knight at some stage just to kind of get my bishop to the long diagonal. And we do have a move, and it is
Your move, rook
rook
D8.
F8, rook D8, and there we go. But still, I'm gonna play around with the analysis board a little bit more because we might see something. So C5, your move. Bishop comes back to, again, bishop F8, just because I might want the knight on E7. And I don't know, I'm undecided as to what, and bishop C3. So this really could be a big issue for black, and how to respond to this one. And
It's a little slow, but I still
Yeah.
don't see how black is gonna fix this queen side.
I think you have to ignore it, right? You have to put all the pressure on. You see, when the knight was in E4, I could go bishop F6 with ease. But now the knight cannot go to E4 unless I'm sacrificing something, which...
Yeah, and then B6, B4, exchanging on B4 takes. Everything exchanges.
Yeah, okay, so let's have a look at this one. And mass liquidation. And which way do you capture with? The
B.
D pawn, B pawn?
Yeah, because I'm scared if I go D takes C5, then you go D4. And has a very strong center.
Yeah.
Yeah, and white has to
This
make a
isn't-
decision in the game situation, gameplay position.
Yeah. At this point where I actually don't want to put the bishop on F8. I want to put the bishop on E7. And
You wanted to go back to E7, not to F8?
Is it this only at this point that I realize that bishop F8 doesn't actually do anything? That it probably should be best on E7.
Because eventually you want to end up on F6.
Exactly, and it's just in the way on F8, because the only way I'm gonna release it is to go G6, and of course that traps this bishop, and no one wants to do that. So I'm gonna say there was a mistake in my analysis. There was a ghost in the system. I'm gonna move it back and go bishop E7 and get the same thing and get the same situation. And here, and try to reroute things. Because even this type of position, you can go knight to knight to d7, just get the knight away and go bishop f6. So let's
Well, you can even try
this.
to play bishop g6 and try to go knight d4.
I also considered that as well, but I was a
Knight
little bit
h4, you were
concerned
worried.
that knight h4, yeah, would cause me some inconvenience.
I don't know if bishop c2, is it... Is it a bad place for the bishop, or I'm okay?
Well, it's going to get kicked around, right?
Well, how do you kick me, rook? Then-
Yeah, I was thinking rook c1, but not so easy. Not so easy. I could just. Are you going to come in with knight c4? I'm just wondering if I kick you round with rook c1, then rook comes to a2.
but maybe knight c4 can be a nice move. Rook takes a8 and knight c4.
Okay.
That can be maybe cool.
That is very cool.
I'm not sure it's good, but it looks a fun move.
Yeah, it does look fun. But I'm just also seeing the bar staunchly
The bar is
in the
killing
middle.
me. It's killing all my fun, you know? I mean, I think
Okay.
white can have a healthy, nice position, and then the bar tells me no.
No,
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 don't be
It's,
proud of yourself. It's not true.
it kills the mood. And we do see a move. Definitely no c5 from Ju Wenjun yet. And instead, she decides to maintain the flexibility.
I like
and
this move
play
a lot,
rook
by
AC1.
the way.
I like this one as well. I mean, because after all, you don't need to rush with c5. Let's keep the tension, keep that possibility on the board. And again, ask Lei Tingjie, what is she going to do next?
You know, I have the feeling that Lei Tingjie, she's misplacing her pieces a bit. Pawn on a5, rook on d8. I mean, the rook on d8 is good when you take d takes c4. Otherwise, what does it do there? What does it do there? I mean, if you want to have a good spot, it should be, I think, on e8, thinking of e5 at whatever moment in your life.
Yes, that is true.
And you know, this is
The rook.
this is very tricky in these complicated middle game positions. We were discussing, I think, yesterday also that where do you put your rooks? And these are the things which are very important when you play a system, to understand the rook's position, because you're not going to be having time to regroup it so easily in a later stage. And usually they serve you well only in a much later stage of the game. They don't make such a big difference immediately, that rook on d8 or c8. But whenever the position will open up, it will make a difference, and then you will not have time to change its position. So that's why I would think that maybe I would rather have it on e8 in this kind of position. I still can say that I don't like a5. And of course, we can argue on the bishop d6 or e7.
Yes. I find the bishop on d6 to be a bit debatable. I would put it on e7. When it comes to the rooks, I quite clearly said many times, I didn't know. Like you say, rook could be better placed on e8. It could be primed for that e6, e5 push. And also, you know, it also could be much better placed on e8. So say, for instance, you do get some kind of situation and white is ready with d5. The rook would be amazing on e8, lining up against the queen. But as it stands, yeah.
Well,
it's
the
a
queen
difficult
was
call.
not there yet, right, on e8.
Right. But this is the kind of thing that, you know, it does have an impact, whether the rook is on d8, does it rook on e8. It will definitely have an influence on the change of pawn structure. It will also have an influence when it comes to the whole later stages of the game. And like you said, 10 moves down the line, it will become very apparent. Maybe this rook is really badly placed on d8. For me, it was very natural because, you know, I kind of wanted it out of the way. The rook on f8, at least, wasn't doing anything. It wasn't a good piece. This, as it stands here, we still have to come up with a plan for Lei Tingjie. Because maybe she does your move. Maybe she goes bishop e7. She says, you know what?
But you
I
see,
made a
black
mistake.
But don't forget that black is making moves. They are moves, and they look healthy moves. It's not king h8, right? But still, in the last 4 moves, white improved her position. She played c4, a3, getting ready for some kind of b4, h3. She pushed back the bishop a little bit. Queen on e2. It's the square for the queen in this structure. Rook on c5, c1, we are not going to argue at all whether it stands better than on a1, right? So white in the last few moves, she improved her position, and we can say the same thing for black.
No. But that's true. But black's pawn structure is very stable. And maybe black's, this kind of stability of the structure is so kind of safe and so solid that black can even get away with making silly moves. And I just had an idea of something else that they've done against me. Now, it is a very provocative move, but it's also queen e7. And what we have a move.
dc4.
Okay. dc4 on the board. And, well, okay.
This is
that
what
was
I'm
more
telling
Lei
you.
Tingjie's style.
This is what I'm telling you, that if you go d takes c4, I really don't like a5. It's mixing things.
It certainly is mixing things. And after all, you do give up control of the b5. And, okay, it doesn't cost white that much time to switch to the b line. And, okay, it might not be such an important thing in a middle game, but mark my words, in an endgame, this is going to be a big factor. That is going to be a target. And d takes c4, and Ju Wenjun pausing, as it's a good advice to do, because you can, of course, we've been just kind of looking at b takes c4 and how get those hanging pawns there in the middle of the board, but it is also possible to go knight takes c4 and then try to use.
Sorry, I don't like that.
No, I don't like it at all.
And
but the reason that
why
I'm
I don't
suggesting
like
it.
Yeah, because I just don't want to have an isolated pawn in this position.
I hate isolated pawns. I don't know whether I said it on show or I said it to you during the break, but like weak pawns, they stress me out because I can just see what's happening.
I played against the Caro-Kann, the pawn of attack, which is giving white an isolated pawn, but that's a completely different story. First of all, if you have an isolated pawn, you don't have your knight on c4. You have it on c3 to support the d5 square. And after knight c4, of course, everything is simply perfectly placed for black because the rook on d8 will stand the best place. You just move back the bishop or just play knight d5 and black has a beautiful position, right? So, for example, in this position, I must tell you that I'm very surprised that white is thinking.
Yes, and the more time she invests in...
I mean, you don't have any other
decision?
move than b takes c4. Is she afraid of a potential queen b6 or something concrete? What can it be?
Well, if she can, well, let's have a look. Let's dive right in and let's take a look. Queen b6, hitting the
Maybe queen
bishop
b6
on b2.
But rook
Maybe.
b1 I think I can do because bishop g6 can be strong, but c5 is there.
And c5 wins material.
So I believe that rook b1 defends simply the bishop on b2 and it's nothing.
I'm just looking at other kind of moves. So could you go queen a6?
And so what? I don't care.
Yeah. No, I'm, so queen b6.
And after queen a6
Looks
already, it
awkward.
would be time to go d5, capture on f6, and huge
Yeah.
advantage for white, I believe.
I forgot about that. d5 is still very much in the atmosphere. You don't want that. And, okay, so queen b6.
So queen
isn't a
b6 is
problem.
not good.
So what else could be causing Ju Wenjun to pause? There's some tactics? No, there's no tactics.
I mean, if she's going to play bc4 and just play the game, you know, she's wasting very important minutes here.
I know, I'm just wondering whether e5 is a possibility.
e5,
Yeah.
but after e5, can't I just take on e5?
Yeah, you can.
But I was
I've
thinking
just
at
blundered
first to
material.
play c5.
Yeah, no, okay, I've just blundered material, so you don't want that. So bc4. What? No, I'm just trying to think of the most forcing moves to make Ju Wenjun pause. No problem. And I was thinking at because Lei Tingjie is a very aggressive, very direct player, so I was looking at possibilities like knight takes pawn. Is that going to be something? Knight takes pawn, and then bishop takes a3, but that again doesn't look very good.
Very strange moment for me that white is hesitating. How to capture back. I'm very surprised. I can tell you that. I'm shocked. What, she's thinking already for, 5 minutes?
Yeah. No. Either that or... So she really must be calculating some forcing concrete ideas, because I don't think that she's looking at knight takes c4. She is just simply making sure that everything is above board before she recaptures with the pawn. Well, it must be queen b6 then. Queen b6 is the only move. Let's revisit this one. Rook b1. c5 is now threatened in the air. d5 is also coming. Is there some tactical stuff? Yeah?
I have no idea. I can't believe it. She's thinking for more than 6 minutes already at this stage.
I don't know. The only move I see is queen a6. Get out of dodge. And d5.
Well, d5 is
knight
just
takes
one.
d5.
I blundered.
That's the only.
Okay.
But that's the only kind of tactical point that I see.
Yeah, but even if
But
queen
still.
a6, even if queen a6 doesn't matter, your pawn has to be on c4.
So I'm gonna just turn the engine on to see that is there anything tactical, because I don't see it, and maybe the engine spots something. And holy moly, and this is the first for me, but the top suggestion
Bishop a3
is
or
queen
what?
b6. No, it's queen b6, rook b1, and the move that I suggested, the only move that I see is queen a6, is the top computer recommendation.
So
Well,
you
there
play
you
like
go.
the computer, you see?
Well, that's why I was a little bit shocked. And yeah, you're right. Like, still though, it says after rook fe8,
Rook f1,
ac8.
d5 is a threat.
it just says you should just do rook ac8, and it's never worried about d5, because it says you can just... Oh, okay, this is computer stuff here, because look at that. It says take. I don't care.
Okay, I understand that it doesn't care, but they will care. Finally, b takes c4.
Okay, And we also had a suggestion that maybe Ju Wenjun paused as well, because she was considering after b takes c4, queen takes c4. And the whole idea was that after rook ac8, queen to b5, and knight to d4, knight to e4 could have been some fun for white, especially because of the open c line.
And the computer gives queen c4 as a better move?
Yeah, these are lines that are suggested by producer Bick. So thank you, Bick. And
it's considered better queen c4 than bc4 according to the computer? You're joking.
No, queen takes c4 was the third best computer move.
Okay, but bc is the first move, right?
BC is the first move, and there we see bc4.
No, but this is not a good sign for Ju, you know. It's not a good sign, because these kind of moves you cannot afford spending 6-7 minutes to capture it back, because it's a strategical move. It's a strategical question.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I mean, the fact that she hesitated does make me wonder about Ju's levels of self-confidence, because she always has struck me as a very calm, very confident player. She's not overtly expressive, but still you feel it. And there we see Lei Tingjie not playing queen e6 and queen a6. I don't blame her, but making the much more natural move bishop e7, and Ju Wenjun has responded with queen e3. So time for us to catch up with the live board, and here it is now Lei Tingjie's turn to think.
Yeah, queen e3 I like very much, defending the d4 pawn, also going out of the pin, which was given by the h5 bishop. Also optionally at one day, white, if she plays g4, then the f4 square is also covered. So it has a multiple plus on this move, queen to e3.
And well, there's been a change of pawn structure, so let's zoom out. I love that expression. It's very kind of contemporary. And let's zoom out and have a look at white's plans and black's plans, because queen e3 is a nice kind of solidifying move, but ultimately what is the way that white is going to deal with the hanging pawns? Is she just simply going to sit with her space advantage and just keep asking black the question, what are you going to play? Or does she have something much more concrete in mind? Because d5 has been covered, and by this queen move, is she perhaps threatening to go knight e5 at some stage? Not now, I would say.
Well, first of all, I think I would like to have my rook on e1 with white. Well, yeah, it's a good question how to improve white's position, because it's not so easy. Maybe white can think of moving the bishop to a1, because queen on a3 is also very useful to protect the a3 pawn.
Yeah.
So also maybe white could try to go bishop a1 and rook b1, because the rook on b1, putting it to b5, that could be something nice idea.
Yeah, that's actually occurred to me, but I didn't want to suggest it. I was like, bishop a1.
Yeah, I'm also kind of suspicious about it. At the same time, if I would reach my rook b1, b5 possibly, I think it would be a great improvement for white. Also to support d5 from the rook b5. Because for now I don't imagine myself playing d5. Because simply the rook on d8 and everything is supporting that to be defended.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's I like your rook b1, rook b5 idea. I mean, I don't see any aggressive plans of attack. I mean, to be honest, I feel like knight e5 isn't going to be helpful for white at all, because of knight takes knight, and that simple capture will just ruin white's pawn structure. So you've got to play with your pieces.
You know, there is one move which can be interesting, but for the moment it's not so easy to execute it. But generally, knight h4 can be a good preparational move for still thinking about playing d5 and after taking to control the f5 square. But knight at h4 for the moment can be met, I think, with queen b6, attacking the bishop on b2 and the d4 pawn. But at some stages, it can be interesting.
Yeah. Okay, so the reason I ask all of these questions for white side is because this is probably running through Lei Tingjie's mind right now. What is white threatening? How does she react? And if there is no threat, then she's going to be looking at an improving move. And an improving move for Lei Tingjie would be, I guess, moving a rook to c8. Rook, it's very difficult for me. Rook c8 played.
Rook c8. Of course, after rook c8, I would also think about seriously to play immediately queen b3, because a4 is not going to be attacking my queen anymore. So I think in the next moves, this is what we're going to see, that after every move, there are new opportunities for the other side. Of course, rook on c8 is supposed to be standing pretty well, but actually I like my queen on b3, I think. Putting pressure on the b file. Black cannot go queen b6 anytime. Also d5 can be very useful. But okay,
Definitely.
rook e1 is very logical. At least she plays
Rook
fast.
Yes, rook e1 is logical, and I guess black's plan, now I think about it, you know, if d5 is not a threat, and it
Not
isn't,
yet. Sorry.
Not
Let's
yet.
correct it. Not yet. It
Not
will.
yet,
It will
so-
come. It's one of the main attacking opportunity for white in this position, sacrificing a pawn and opening up this huge diagonal.
Yep.
White has a very nice
This is
position,
what-
by the way.
Optically, I would say yes, but I'm not entirely sure, because I have a suspicion that I've reached this type of position with white myself, and I've never known what to do. I've never known whether to go d5, and I've invariably just sat with my space and just waited as long as I can until my opponent has become impatient, and then I've struck out. And I was thinking for black, maybe rook d7 could be an idea. Queen to d8. I mean, it looks clumsy, but I honestly, I cannot think of a single... Oh, whoops, not queen d7. Let me just refresh the board. But I really am struggling to come up with a plan of improvement for black.
Well, black is going to suffer in this game. I mean, rook d7. Yeah, I understand what you mean. But I don't like it, what I see for black.
Yeah, it's wriggling. Where possible, it would be nice to have something concrete. It would be nice to have something like queen b6 at least is also maybe another move that I would think about, just to attack the bishop on b2 and ask some questions and put pressure on d4.
Yes, but after bishop queen b6, I would just simply go bishop a1, I think.
Right, this is...
Because queen on
This is
e3 really stands excellent.
Yeah, it's a nice piece. I mean, let's go through black's
You know
books.
what I
Hang
would
on
do
a second,
with
I'm
black?
just getting a...
I have an idea now. I don't know whether it's good or not. But to go queen b8 and to look for b5.
b5.
Yeah, somehow to create the square for the knight on d5. I don't know if my queen suddenly becomes very much far away from action, but that b5 move, though after queen b8, queen b3 is also possible, and everything is tough. Queen on b3 is so powerful.
Yes. So maybe the solution is
Controls
actually,
everything.
and we do see the bishop retreat to g6. So Lei Tingjie also struggling for a plan of improvement and simply moving the bishop. Queen to b3. I was also inspired by you saying that the queen to b3 is very strong, so I thought maybe you should just take away that possibility from white and actually think of playing a5, a4.
But she played bishop g6, you see?
Yeah.
I mean, a4 is also something that I understand your point. At the same time, it can be very tricky whether it can be a weak pawn.
Yeah.
Very easily.
It could be weak, and well, I was kind of hoping that this bishop pinning down the a3 point would also
I'm not sure I understand
things, but yeah.
What bishop g6
Bishop g6.
is for.
But you know what? I think it's because Lei Tingjie didn't have a plan either.
A more useful move.
And I'm okay. So I can see one point to this is that the bishop to come into g6 takes away the b1 square from the rook. So therefore, I'm thinking that Lei Tingjie,
I understand your point.
Creating a story. Queen comes to b6, and that's it.
I understand, but I don't like it. I don't like black's position. I think white has practically everything what she could get.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, really. I mean, her position and queen b3 is on the board finally.
Queen b3 has made an appearance.
Beautiful position for white. Beautiful position. You can't dream of more than this.
Mm-hmm. I can't say I disagree. I mean, white has everything. White has control of the b line, has control of how many squares? Quite a few squares in the middle of the board. They have the possibility to jump forward to e5 with the knight. The knight on c6 moves, and everything is very well protected. Whereas black's pieces just have no harmony, they have no purpose. So the challenger, Lei Tingjie, she does have a point lead over Ju Wenjun, but right now she is struggling on the board. She is suffering in this middle game position, and well, she has just under 38 minutes now. They've played 19 moves, and I think it's the perfect time for us to take a small break, and we are going to come back in a few minutes and enjoy the remainder of the action.
My name is Elwood Dawson. I'm from Chicago.
I'm Secret Blackman.
My name is Roberto Beza, Jr.
And what I want to share is I love tacos. Tacos and chess. So yeah.
With the chess program, really, even chess in general, like on the deck, you kind of lose yourself. You don't really think about your case. You learn to think differently. You strategize more. I sometimes come out 7:30 in the morning. I'll probably play until lockup, so it makes my day go by faster.
It's competitive. It's a lot of trash talk. It's crazy, like the chess players, we got our own little circle, and all of us play each other. We talk trash about who be who garbage. Yeah, I never play that dude again. He garbage. I never play him. But yeah, it's real competitive.
Chess.com's game review recently got a major update. Here are 4 key notes. At the end of each game review, you will now see a summary of the game from your coach, your performance rating for that game, and a quick grade for you and your opponent in the opening, middle game, and end game. We've added a new classification called miss for when a move fails to take advantage of an opportunity, but it is otherwise a sound move. We've also changed the definition of blunder. Now a move will only be considered a blunder if it loses material or allows a checkmate. Coach will now draw arrows and highlight squares when you hover over or click on the highlighted words in the move explanations. This should make move explanations easier to follow. Finally, Coach's explanations will now reference specific pieces and threats in the explanations, making move explanations much more intuitive. The new game review experience is available on chess.com right now.
China, the world's oldest civilization, was born here. Thousands of years later, it is one of the world's chess powerhouses. For most of the past 30 years, China has held the most prestigious title in women's chess. The legacy of the Women's World Championship is rich. Menchik, Gaprindashvili and Chibanitsa, Kosteniuk, Si Jun and Ho Yifan. Now, 3-time world champion Ju Wenjun is defending her title once more. After vanquishing the likes of Katerina Lagno and Alexandra Goryashkina, another rival awaits. Challenger Lei Tingjie had to defeat 3 grandmasters in matches herself to get here. In the first 2 rounds of the candidates, she took on sisters Maria and Anna Muzichuk and won. Then in the final, she beat former world champion Tang Zhongyi.
And that's it! Resignation! Lei Tingjie, the winner of the 2023 Candidates Finals.
Will Ju Wenjun defend, or will we have a first-time champion, Lei Tingjie? Half the match is in Ju's hometown of Shanghai, half the match in Chongqing, where Lei hails from. Who will win and claim their share of the €500,000 prize fund? Welcome to the official broadcast of the 2023 FIDE Women's Chess Championship. And we are back. You can see the tension. You can feel it in the air in Chongqing, China, where we see Ju Wenjun, who is trailing a point, playing with the white pieces against the challenger Lei Tingjie. And we heard Lei Tingjie's story there. 2021, she won the Grand Swiss. 2022, she won the candidates, and 2023, she won the candidates final against Tang Zhongyi, and now she finds herself sitting in this chair in game 8 in a difficult position, I have to say. And we left the game when the queen was on b3, and we thought this was a fantastic move from Ju Wenjun. Just piling up the pressure on b7, sitting on the space advantage, and Lei Tingjie, you know, when the going gets tough, the tough get going, and we see her finding the best move by playing queen to b8. And Judith, what do you think of Lei Tingjie's chances of just surviving the next few moves, or at least not worsening her position, not wanting to be so dramatic?
I have to tell you that I wanted to ask you what you think about what's going to be the outcome of the game, because I would put on Ju Wenjun that she's going to win this game. She has such a beautiful position. She practically outplayed so far Lei. Because it's simply...
Can I pin you down on percentages?
Percentages, 80% that she will win.
That's quite high.
Well, before you asked this, I believe 100, but now you nailed me on that. Right. So it's 80% that she's going to win this. She has such a nice position, and look at that. She played c5, and she started to play fast, which means that she likes her position. I like c5. I was also thinking about that. Giving up the d5 square, but making space for her own knight on c4. Black is so passive, and I have to tell you that I had a few bad experiences with top guys like Gelfand. I remember one of the game, and that simply in such a position you think, okay, I have my rook on d8, I have my rook on c8, I have my both knights, they look okay, but white's pieces are just much better placed than yours. Mm-hmm. This is the big problem, and especially now if you look at the queen's side of the pawn structure, it's like what black has. It's like, you don't want to have this. No. It's like cold shower. No, I don't want to get these weaknesses on b6 and b5. Give me a break. Let me go back with my pawn to a7. No, I don't want this.
Yeah, no. I mean, yeah, it doesn't make a big impression. But okay, so I'm gonna be a bit more positive about Black's position. Okay, c5 looks great, but it does come with a cost, and that is it did allow Black to put a piece on d5.
It's a committal move, I understand, and you're going to have your d5 square, which I'm not happy to give you this, but that's the only thing you have.
That is true. That is the only thing I have. So. And the problem with putting the knight on d5 is also it interferes with this pressure against d4 as well. So yeah, it's definitely not a pleasant position for Black. But Lei Tingjie, she has to find a way to unravel, and I think putting the queen on b8 was a wise decision, you know, because after all she still can move rook c7, rook d7. I mean, I'm really struggling to come up with something to hold the position firm, but if need be she can go rook c7 and maybe double up on the d line. One thing that I would not recommend for Ju Wenjun though is to trade off lots of minor pieces. I mean, the position is fantastic for her because all her pieces are very well placed.
Well, I think the main question for Black, can she break up with b6? If she can break up with b6, then maybe there is some chance for
how? That's a dream at the minute, right? Because if you go knight to d5,
and even if you go b6, I'm not going to be taking it. I'm going to be waiting for you to make a move, and once you exchange on c5, I will have a passed pawn. So. Yeah, c5 has a mixed feelings for white because we give the d5 square and the b2 bishop is not going to be powerful anymore, and no these kind of tactical d5 moves. But knight c4 is next move.
Exactly, knight c4 is coming your way, and there is no breakout.
And after that, the a5 pawn can be also vulnerable because I might just go and play knight e5, for example. But also possibly, knight e5, I'm thinking that white can continue it with that. Knight e5, exchanging, simplifying, getting rid of the c6 knight. so weakening really the a5 pawn.
And all the while, I mean, it's now actually black to play, and I cannot think of a single move that black should be playing here. Because you play bishop f6, well, look at that. You let go of the d6 square. You don't want that. And what I don't really know what black is going to do. So, I mean, I'm just forced to think of moves like... Even rook d7 is not going to be a great move because the knight is going to come out to e5. I'm struggling. I'll be honest with you, Judith. I'm really struggling to come up with a move. Maybe h6 or something. h6, but then, okay, this positively encourages knight e5. And white has a very pleasant advantage. And especially when we look at this bishop on e7, which is standing on a line that can be potentially opened. And I can smell some tricks out in the air. And there we see knight d5 played.
Well, it's the most logical move, I must say. And look how fast they are playing suddenly.
And we see knight c4. And once again, the ball has been returned to Lei Tingjie, and she must come up with an active plan, or at least something that she can do in order to coordinate her pieces.
Well, the time management is getting more positive for Ju Wenjun. And we are at move 21 only. So the players might end up in a little time trouble.
And on the subject of time trouble, was that something that you were ever comfortable with?
Well, first of all, we have to define what time trouble is, because after this new system, that the Fisher clock, that you get bonus time, it changed everything, the whole sport, I must say, because when I was a kid and teenager, I was absolutely not even close to get time trouble, because I was a very fast player. And later on, I started to have sometimes, well, time trouble. Let's say for me, it was if I have 12 minutes for 5 moves, I felt a huge time trouble at this point. Which means that the way I felt it, that I'm just nervous about it, that, I don't have time, so I cannot focus properly. Even if it would be enough time to calculate whatever, I just had a different feeling, which was not good, because I felt that I'm in time trouble. But later on, when you get half a minute per move, it's practically, you don't have those kind of time troubles. What, for example, Ivanchuk had in Linares back 25 years ago, when he had, let's say, 1 minute for 20 moves. You know, when you really talk about whether is it possible to complete the number of moves in 1 minute physically, you know? And nowadays, you don't have these things. Though we have different time control here than the World Championship for Ding and Nepo, which is quite surprising for me to have different time controls for the World Championship between ladies and the guys.
I'll be honest with you, I'm also very surprised at the difference in time control, because it's not like women play different time controls. It's not like in the Grand Swiss where you had the open section and the women's section that we were playing like with half an hour less or whatever. No, there were still 3 time controls, and it was still very long games for everyone. So I'm a bit surprised, and the only thing that I can think of is that the players were consulted, and the players specifically asked for this standard time control, which, you know, when we kind of like, just to mention for anyone who doesn't know, it's 40 moves in 90 minutes with a bonus increment of 30 seconds per move. And on move 40, the players get this 30-minute bonus time. So this is very familiar, very standard.
Yes, it's interesting. I heard that the reason is that they have different time control here and the open section World Championship, because ladies are playing anyway interesting chess, so they can have this bonus time. For guys, they had in the last World Championships, it was so tight, they are so close that they want to create some somehow to make them going out of the comfort zone. So they are pushed to make risk, or they go short on time, and then they mess up something, you know. But it's strange, something confusing for me a bit. But it is making a difference, the time control, when you get seconds. Though it also means that, for example, after move 40, like yesterday, once, even though players are receiving half an hour after move 40, once they go down on time, it can be that practically from move 55 or 50, they are going to be in time trouble for the rest of the game. And some games may end up in move 120 if it's a queen end game or something, you know. So it is very different, and you have to understand this, that different time controls lead to a different kind of rhythm of the game, which may take to a different result at the end. But of course, as a sport person, you know exactly that whatever time control it is, it's your sport, it's your game, it's your profession. So you just adjust yourself, whatever you have to adjust to. But I was not a time trouble player in principle, and it's not a good thing to be. It really affects your game mostly in a negative way.
Yeah, and as everyone in chat is pointing out, Lei Tingjie now with actually quite a serious time disadvantage, and she's only got 23 minutes on the clock. And I quite like that joke from Chess Kidding. Says, I predict time travel will be invented by a very slow, frustrated chess player. The worst thing about that is that I had this very interesting philosophical discussion with an English grandmaster, and he was telling me apparently the philosophers will say that free will doesn't exist. It's like it's completely fabricated, doesn't exist. And the worst thing is that you go back in time and repeat the situation with exactly the same circumstances, you would make the same mistake again and again. You would never learn. And we see, hang on a second.
Yes, I'm kind of speechless. I see a pawn sacrifice a4.
A4 played. So I'm gonna just stop my philosophical discussion immediately and have a look at the position, because well, pawn sacrifice. And Ivanka says, yes, please. Queen takes pawn. Let's dive in.
Eat the pawn. Well, I think there is not so much of an option for white. Probably white has to be taking. I think the idea must be to break out with b5.
Yes, that must be the idea. b5.
Actually, it's a nice idea. I think it's a nice idea to break out from the passive play. C takes b6. Probably knight b6. What else?
Knight takes.
After knight takes, queen takes.
Yeah, there's nothing. This bishop on b2 is a little bit loose, and so you have to take that one. And queen takes. That is a very nice idea. Okay, I guess you move the bishop.
Yes, but after you move the bishop, probably to a1, because after bishop c3, rook a8, and capturing the a3.
So you still have pressure on the c6 knight. Yeah, but this passed pawn on a3 is all the way back on the a3 square. Let's just highlight that.
But it's an extra pawn.
It is an extra pawn, but these two don't make great impressions. They're not connected, they can't move, and they're just sitting targets. And now suddenly black's pieces have a lot more freedom, and even better, Lei Tingjie has a plan. And you should never underestimate the importance of having a plan, an idea of what to do. And I guess she would play queen a5 is coming next. Try and initiate some trades.
Yeah, you can see that how energetically she plays. She cannot stand the passive position, which I cannot agree more to go to this direction.
Very creative, as chat there says from Lei Tingjie. Bishop A1. Okay, so let's run through this one again. Queen A4 on the board. Okay, to take or not to take, that is the question. Other options. Queen to
Well,
B5.
I was thinking about Queen B5, yes, but I think that after Queen B5, Bishop D3 maybe? So I don't think you have better than to take on A4.
But if you take on A4,
Then, I mean,
isn't B5 going to be...
I think it's the same thing. I don't think Bishop on D3 stands worse than on G6.
Although there are some tricks.
What do you have in mind?
I was thinking there was ideas of bishop takes knight, but unfortunately you have to capture back with the queen because otherwise B5 is
I mean, there is
very
one
powerful.
idea I can think of, but I think it doesn't work because C takes B6, knight B6, takes, and I thought if rook C6 works.
Rook C6 here.
Yeah, because if queen C6, then I think it works, but you just go rook C6 and after knight E5, bishop B5.
It's an important move to spot. Yeah, and this one is just much better for black. So yeah, that's not a possibility. So queen B5, bishop D3.
Again, it's interesting that Ju Wenjun is thinking, because I think simply there is no other way than to take on A4. Of course, to think here for a few minutes just to see how she will be reacting after queen A4, B5, takes on B6, knight B6, knight takes B6, queen B6. So this is the question, how she's going to be continuing after this point.
And unfortunately, because of this, you can't go queen A6, you can't make moves like queen B5. You really are obliged to go takes, queen takes, and again, the issue is what to do next.
Well, it seems like bishop A1. I don't know if rook E2 might be a move also.
Yeah.
But I don't know if knight D4 is possible.
Certainly looks like it could be.
I think knight E4, rook D4, rook takes C1. Bishop C1. Well, you can even go queen D4. I mean, black is just
queen D4 and black
simply
is
fine.
Black is doing well, and this A pawn is not very strong. It's just so far away.
But it's a wonderful idea what Lei Tingjie she came up with.
She's very resourceful. We've seen her make some inaccuracies, but she always bounces back and manages to find aggressive ways to hold on to the position. I mean, yesterday, you know, she was one pawn down, her position was bad, and still she found the best chance, which is to put the rook on d1 and then just push with f5. And here, once again, I really like this dynamic solution to her problem. Sacrifice a pawn, yes, but this is what she's calculated, that this resulting position after bishop a1 or wherever, queen takes b6, it's gonna be absolutely okay for her on a practical level because of the pressure against the bishop, against the pawn on d4, and of course a3 is far away from causing any form of trouble whatsoever, and you have an open position which will favor her aggressive style.
Yes, and basically, this is what you see on the highest level, that you will not find top players, whether it's Aranyan or any of the even new generation. You will not see people go into passive play. They will always look for an alternative to break out, even if they rather give material than to enter into passive play. For example, what has happened, game 5 in this match, right? Mm-hmm. That's how Lei Tingjie, she was just winning the game because she could have this positionally crazy, awful position for black, just sitting there, and had to wait until they just beat her up. There was no counter chances, no tactics, no energy, no dynamics from black side. And this is exactly what you have to avoid, because you just cannot sit there and wait until they beat you up. And if you don't play a4, it could happen easily something very similar, that white is just improving the position, and then wins. So you can't afford that with black in this position. You have to come up with something, sacrifice something, and get your pieces in a healthy position. And after queen a4, what we've looked, queen takes a4, b5, exchanges. First of all, you get rid of this very unpleasant pawn, which is on c5. Suddenly, white will have 2 weak pawns. Okay, one is an extra, but all of black pieces suddenly placed in a very good square. Yeah. Because after exchanging on b6, the rook on c8, the rook on d8, they couldn't be placed better. The queen on b6, excellently placed. The bishop on e7 just attacks the a3, puts pressure on that. Bishop on g6, completely well placed because it controls the b1 and c2 squares. So the only problem is the material down.
That is one of life's unfortunate things. So yes, your position is good, but yeah, you are a pawn down. And there we see the players just racing through the moves, going into that variation where the queen takes bishop. And now the issue is, where is Ju Wenjun gonna retreat or move the bishop to? And she doesn't defend it, she simply plays bishop a1. But this is what we've seen, right? It was obvious that this is the only way you can play. Mm-hmm. And poor Ju Wenjun, she again spent like 5 minutes on that. And psychologically, it would have been much better to make just a quick decision. I take bishop a1. Let her play. But she was surprised, and I think she just had to compose herself after this a4 move. She was really expecting that she was going to be in a position with full control, and now she finds herself into this chaotic position where one mistake from Ju Wenjun and that's it. Her pawn advantage will be completely neutralized. And this has all been to do with Lei Tingjie's style of play. She's been very combative, and let's have a look at how she got to be the challenger in this Women's World Championship. Challenger Lei Tingjie is trying to become the 18th Women's World Champion in history and the 7th from China. She would join a prestigious list that includes Xijun, Hou Yifan, and her opponent in this match, Ju Wenjun. Lei Tingjie has already made history several times. She is just one of 7 women to become a grandmaster as a teenager. In 2021, Lei won the first ever Women's Grand Swiss, and she did it by a whopping 1.5 points, starting the event an amazing 8 out of 9. With a round to spare, no one could mathematically catch her. That dominant victory put Lei into the candidates tournament, one step shy of the World Championship. 3 short match victories, and she would be the challenger. Lei won them all, and she never even needed a tiebreak. For her first battle held in Monaco, Lei faced off against former world champion Maria Muzichuk. Lei won immediately in the first game, then secured 3 draws to advance to the semi-final. Lei wasn't done with the Muzichuk family yet. Next came Anna Muzichuk, Maria's older sister. The players started with 3 draws, partially flipping the script from the previous round. But the match ultimately produced the same result. Lei won the 4th game and with it, her 2nd match. The final moved to China, where Lei faced her compatriot Tan Zhongyi. Like Maria Mizicuk, Tan Zhongyi is a former world champion. Tan greeted Lei coldly in the very first game, delivering Lei's first loss of the candidates. How would Lei deal with her first adversity of the qualification cycle? By taking over the match and never losing again. She won Game 2, and Game 4, and Game 5. Her 3rd win clinched the match with a game still on the schedule. Just like in the last round of the Grand Swiss, it wasn't needed. Now Ju Wenjun awaits. Has the 3-time champ finally met her match in Lei Tingjie? That was certainly an impressive path to the Women's World Championship match. And just racing to 8 points out of 9 in the Grand Swiss. I remember I was very, very impressed with her performance. Just putting it in the bag so early on. And then, of course, just dominating everyone when it came to the candidates, the challengers. And then, of course, Tan Zhongyi. She, at no step of the way did she ever need a tiebreak. And here it just feels like she is leveling up. When she's in trouble, she manages to find ways to escape. And, well, Judith, are you impressed with the way that Lei Tingjie has been handling this part of the game?
I think she did come up with a quite impressive idea, and it was a very surprising way of continuation for Ju. I think she got very surprised. At the same time, we should not forget that still she's behind 1 pawn. And now it's true that all of her pieces are standing very well. She's still a little bit worse.
Mm-hmm. And she is still a little bit worse, but with that tactical sequence, she has gained some time on the clock, and they've reached move 25. And when it comes to time trouble, we kind of touched upon it. She now has just under 20 minutes. Would you define this as time pressure?
I think it's not really a time pressure, and you have to understand that in this game you will barely have more time ever anymore. So, but it's a very difficult thing how to manage your time and in which moments of the game to spend more time or considering it as a critical moment. And I think this is something that players have to work on. And the higher level you go, I think, the more they think that in a game you have 2 or 3 really critical moments where, and if you find them and you feel them, which are those moments, you spend more time. But it's there are some players who say that, okay, I know the position, I know where my pieces belong to, I know the ideas, so I have only certain points where I stop and think heavily on strategical questions and calculations, of course. But in this game, I felt that there was few occasions by Ju Wenjun when I would expect her to play faster. And of course, this can be for several reasons why you don't play fast enough. If you just play in an open tournament or another tournament where there's not much at stake, you can easily spend less time. But this is something that you also have to understand, that why do I spend more time on some simple situations where I should just go with the flow? Like in this position, or previously it was b takes c4. Those moments, for example, I was worried for Ju Wenjun because I felt that it has a meaning that because of the situation she's in, that's why she's having this extra time spending.
Yeah, and talking about spending extra time, we have seen Ju Wenjun just burn down the clock in certain moments, as Judith indicated, but now it is Lei Tingjie's turn. Because, yes, she's activated her pieces, but as you mentioned, a pawn is a pawn, and, well, might be this little critter there on a3, but give it some time, and if you don't do anything, then of course white will coordinate the pieces behind it. And bearing that in mind, what is black's plan? So I was kind of thinking about moves like queen a5. If another idea that came to mind was knight a5, just simply again to start targeting this one. I mean, what moves kind of jumped out to you, Judith?
Well, bishop f6 is also something comes to mind because it's very logical to put pressure on the d4. At the same time, well, we have queen a5 move. You don't want to move away with the bishop from e7 because it gives the pressured attack over the a3 pawn. So now what we are reaching out to, one thing is very important to notice, that the g2 bishop can be extremely supportive and great on support the a pass pawn. But the question is whether a pass pawn, will it be strong or is it going to be a weakness and it's going to be eliminated? But now look at that, how fast suddenly they both play. And d5, what a tactical opportunity for white.
Yeah, and because the players play the last move so quickly, let's process them all. So queen a5, as suggested, was played, and then Ju Wenjun, without even flinching, just simply instantly traded off queens. And not only did she trade off queens, but she thought, let's do the whole hog as well, and traded rooks. And then now this is her point. She's playing d5, and she is going to be asking questions to this bishop.
Absolutely. And black has not much of a choice, I must say. So the first thing I'm thinking, that what happens if she takes on a3, d takes e6, let's say capture, and then, you know, this pawn up can give a lot of torture for
yeah.
I mean, from practical point of view, very dangerous for black.
I would love to know your thoughts, especially because the rooks will come off the board.
Yeah, black can force to exchange the rooks to rook c1, rook e1, takes. But this can be... I think it's very dangerous to play this with black.
Okay.
It's very dangerous, even though we have only 3 against 2. But I would be very optimistic.
Mm-hmm. And what... Because it's interesting, because if there were no minor pieces on the board and there were just rooks, then this position would be an easy draw. But the fact that there are 3, each side has 3 sets of minor pieces, 3 sets, not 3 sets, 3 minor pieces each. I really haven't ever had a position like this at all. So I'm kind of interested to know, like, why would this be a position with serious winning chances for white?
I don't know. It's true that if we would have no minor pieces and we would have rooks on the board, 1 each, then it would be 2 rooks versus 2. It's also a different story. And also if we have only 1 queen each with 3 pawns versus the 2, that's also very drawish. When we have 3 pieces, it can go tricky because, for example, if I can exchange the knight for the bishop, it can give extra chances. My bishop pairs are quite powerful for white. If white bishop can show up on d5, let's say, but a1 bishop is extremely powerful, I can improve my pawn position, playing f4, g4, bringing up the king, or centralize my knight on e5. So there are a lot of small things and alternatives. Eventually, maybe I can also create a pass pawn because black will have to play g6 from g7 because it's attacked. So somehow with playing with 3 minor pieces, I think it can be... Black has to be extremely careful because white can create more opportunities and more chances with the minor pieces. And okay, it's clear that you're the one with white who is pressing. She's going to be pressing it for 40 moves or 50 moves, even if black will be able to make a draw. it will be a long and painful and suffering time for Tingjie. So it's kind of tricky. So let's see if she has anything else, or she has to go for the long suffer.
Let's have a look. And so we were looking at this forcing line of bishop takes pawn, and then a whole series of captures. White winning this pawn on e6. Anything else?
I don't know. What about knight b3? Can she go knight b3 in this position?
Knight b3 is certainly a possibility. And whilst Lei Tingjie thinks about what move she's going to play, let's have a deep dive. Okay, and I guess your plan is after bishop b2 to go rook c2.
Yeah, probably I would like to go rook c2 to bother a little bit longer the bishop.
Mm-hmm. And
I don't know if white can go with d takes e6 to start with.
This is what I was just thinking. D takes e6, and if you capture with pawn takes e6, then I will just simply park the bishop on e5. No, but then I give up my pawn on a3. I don't want that.
But I'm not sure, because rook e3 you have. So let's say f takes e6. And f takes e6, bishop e5. Bishop b2 is also possible though. But let's say bishop e5. Can black capture on a3? I'm not sure. Rook e3, bishop c2.
I guess you could do a check. Or also bishop c2. Yeah, bishop c2 is a better move. Yeah.
Knight c1. Knight e1.
Knight e1. And we can see the evaluation bar all the way in white's favor. So, okay, knight b3 on the board.
Well, it's typical active move by Lei.
And then the big question. And did you see the speed with which Ju Wenjun just simply took that pawn off the board? Now again, question for Lei Tingjie. Does she capture on a1? Or does she go pawn takes pawn?
Well, after knight a1, white is going to be capturing on f7. And now the question is, how can black react? Because if bishop f7, then I will take the bishop on e7. 2 extra pawns already. Or if king f7, if king takes on f7, then I might just play knight e5 check first, exchanging the g6, capturing the g6 bishop, and only after that to capture back on a1. And then, of course, the different color bishop endgame, many times it's savable for black. But, and you may even win the f2 pawn in return. But I think white can be very fast pushing her a pawn from a3 all the way at least to a5, a6. And give the scare for her opponent.
Yeah.
And we can see now there's a huge time advantage for Ju Wenjun. 15 minutes, more than 15 minutes.
Yeah, and our producer's saying that there is a small hole in our analysis, that after knight takes a1, pawn takes pawn, it is a mistake to capture on f7.
King f8.
One should not be materialistic and put the king on f8, and the whole point is that after rook takes a1, bishop comes to f6, rook e1, and then you go bishop takes f7, and maybe this is compensation.
Well, it's a very nice way of holding the game, and of course, indeed, after e takes f7, black cannot capture on f7, and this is by far the best, even though it's not the simplest moves to find. But yeah, I mean, after king f8, rook a1, black has 3 pawns down. But with the bishop pair and the weakness of pawns of a3, and of course the f7 is falling off, there is a good chance. But she took back on e6.
Exactly. I think it really would have required nerves or steel just to go voluntarily 2 pawns down and fight this endgame. So I don't blame Lei Tingjie for capturing back with a pawn.
So now it's a big question: Bishop e5, or can White do something else?
And yeah, what are you going to do? Bishop e5, bishop b2 are the continuations that we're looking at. And we did see bishop e5 as possible because, let's run through that bishop e5 line again because that was very sophisticated. So bishop goes to e5, bishop takes pawn, rook to e3. And bishop c2 wasn't good because the protection of the knight could be destabilized. And what about rook comes to c1 check?
King h2.
King goes to h2, and then we sit like this.
Well, first of all, I would consider knight d4, for example. And just to simplify it, with knight d4, rook a3. And suddenly I believe that there can be a huge danger for black on the 7th and 8th rank, suddenly. And my bishop on e5, it is hard to imagine a better bishop than that one.
Yeah. Yes, that is a beautiful piece. Yeah. Okay, well that was very I mean, I don't even feel like I need to go on much further from that because that feels so unpleasant.
It feels
So
very, very unpleasant.
So after bishop e5, I don't think you should be touching this a3 pawn, and instead you need to stabilize. How to do that? I guess you could go bishop f6, or you could go rook a8. What happens if you just go rook a8?
Well, after that, I think knight d4.
Yeah, knight d4, and look what I've done. I put myself on the firing line. Okay, but
and look at that. I like very much what the way Ju Wenjun is playing. Not only the moves she's playing in the last like 8-10 moves, but also that specifically in the last few moves, after she grabbed the pawn on a4, which was offered, and sacrificed, she plays very fast. And look at her, how huge time advantage she has. I think psychologically it has a huge meaning at this point of the match.
And Lei Tingjie, this is the very first time that we have seen her with such a huge time disadvantage, a time imbalance. She has under 10 minutes, whereas Ju Wenjun has 24 minutes and 35 seconds. And bishop e5, what a classy move from the reigning women's world champion. Just to spot that bishop takes a3 is not really possible because of rook to e3, and white will start magnifying their advantage with knight to d4 in the air. Yeah.
Well, we can say that yesterday she played a good game. She was just so close to win the game and equalize the match, and today again she has a very serious chance right now. She's not there yet, I believe, where she was yesterday. Yesterday she was much closer to it, but from practical point of view, now again she has a very, very dangerous position. And with the time advantage, and if let's say Lei will be forced to go into a passive position, which is very much against her nature, then I see a strong opportunity for Ju for victory. And I would still stick to 80% that she wins, by the way.
Okay. Well, it's a big percentage there, Judith. So I'm very pleased to see that you're so confident in Ju Wenjun's abilities. And I've been very impressed right now with those moves. Bishop e5, to not just passively defend the a3 pawn, and just to understand that rook e3 is very dangerous. The bishop is excellently placed here on e5.
And we see the nuances the game offers. Like when we were thinking about, she played, Lei played very fast f takes e6, right? And it was so easy to miss that opportunity, that king f8 move after capturing the bishop. Because, yeah, generally speaking, of course, you want to get rid of the bishop pairs, right? And then somehow to hold on the being down on pawn. But the problem was that after ef7, king f8 was such a unique and nice move, which if you calculate fast, you just easily slip. You just say ef7, captures, knight e5 check. Okay, I don't want that.
This is the moment.
Yeah, and it's easy to miss this idea. And it would offer very good drawing chances because black has the bishop pair, and probably it would be not enough for white with very precise play by black. But of course, from a practical point of view, to have the bishop on e5, it is huge. And now we see that bishop a3 was taken. There was nothing better that black would find.
Okay. Wow. We'll have to revisit the analysis, and there we can see it being awarded a question mark, which means it is a mistake. It made the position worse. And the reason why it made it worse was because we've been looking at this position for a while, and we've been wondering, what's happening. And rook will simply come to e3. And because of this, let me just control the mouse a little bit better. And because of this, this kind of what is this called? Skewer, pin, and rook e3 on the board.
It's on the board.
It is on the board, and the big follow through is that should black simply play rook c1, rook b1, or try to defend this knight, that white has the great point of playing knight to d4, and there is too much tension against this knight. And if knight takes knight, well, it is the bishop that will be traded off. Big moment. Even bishop c2.
Well, it's either bishop c2 or rook
knight
c1, rook
d4.
b1, right? There is only these two options for black to hold on her pieces.
And Lei Tingjie now down to 6 minutes.
I'm now wondering that is bishop c2 not losing material? After bishop c2, knight e1.
Yeah.
What can black do?
Well, I guess you could go here, right?
But okay, knight c3, knight c2, 2 pieces for the rook. This is definitely not something you'll be happy with.
No, I would not be happy with that one. And the thing is bishop c2, if you go knight e1, I guess...
Bishop d1, rook d3.
Bishop d1, rook d3 is the scary line. And how to... I guess if you just stubbornly say rook c1.
Well,
and I can tell you, praying is part of my strategy here.
Oh, definitely it should be at this point, I believe, for black. I don't know if king h2 is the best move, or...
Yeah. And just to remind you all, we are on move 31, and Lei Tingjie's clock is ticking down 5 minutes. They do get a 30-second increment per move, but the heat is on for Lei Tingjie, both in terms of the clock and in terms of the position, because her position is dangling on the edge of that precipice.
It's only move 31 and she's under 5 minutes. Look at that. But what happens if instead of rook d3 I go bishop f3? Can that work?
That can work.
But the problem is, I think anyway black is going to go rook c1.
But I think after rook d3 that made a lot of sense. Rook c1, and you do have moves like rook d7 on the board.
Yeah, but after rook d7, bishop e2, and I'm under a pin there.
What else?
That's why I was thinking king h2 here.
Okay, king h2, and we see it fall down. And what happens if we attack this?
Rook b1.
Rook b1.
Bishop e4, right?
Okay, well, we're going to see rook c1.
We have bishop c2 on the board.
Or bishop c2 on the board. Okay, big moment. And yeah, you're right. Knight, okay, so I'm just checking with the computer just so that it gives us the concrete path to the advantage. It might not be clear. Knight comes to e1 and bishop rook d3. This is all forced. And then the big point is that white's path to getting a 1.52 advantage is simply to throw in the check. King will come to d7, and then, and only then, knight to d3.
That's a tempo. Okay, okay.
And then once the rook comes to b1, you can throw this in. And say the bishop can't come to e7 because of bishop e6. So you have to run away with the king.
So king e8, can white go rook g7, giving up the knight? Or?
But this is where
Bishop
it gets
c6?
incredibly complicated. No. The only path now to the advantage is to go rook a7. That's it. If you don't find this move, then the position will simply end in a draw. So this is still not an easy task for Ju Wenjun.
Not at all. Actually, going back a little bit to the position which we are having right now on the board in the game, maybe knight d4 is also something to consider, but maybe that will not be enough. Just an idea that if after knight d4 rook takes on a3, white has the bishop pair, very unpleasant bishop on e5.
Yeah, and you know what? I think, judging by Ju Wenjun's style, we might see her take this approach.
Yes, but it can
because
also
she has
be
one small flaw. It might be practical, but at the same time, you know, knight will come back to f5.
Oh, I would hate to have this with black.
Yes, I would also hate to have this one too. And knight comes to h4.
Rook a7.
Yeah, this rook a7. And I think I will capture that bishop as fast as I can humanly make that move.
From practical point of view, it's not an easy game to make a draw with black, you know, after rook g7, no. King g2.
No, not an easy draw by any means. But let's head back to the position because Ju Wenjun is facing a choice. So we have the more correct knight e1, but there is a very fine path that white has to tread in order to get that much needed advantage, or the more practical knight to d4 with the idea of grabbing the bishop pair and saying, I don't care about material anymore. It's just going to be about the power of the two bishops.
Well,
which one would you choose?
Critical. It's a very critical moment. First of all, Ju Wenjun probably will make her calculation because knight e1 is the most natural move and it's the most forcing as well, because it's like it's hanging there, right? Mm-hmm. Do I win the knight or I don't win the knight? What is the intuition says? Of course, intuition says that you have to go knight e1 and rook d3. Once you start calculating bishop d1, rook d3, rook c1, you kind of frustrated with white. How is it possible I'm not winning on the spot? You know, this can easily be the case. And if I would go knight d4, it means that I'm kind of frustrated that how is it possible that knight e1 is just not winning? Mm-hmm. You know, so it would be kind of giving up on my hopes that it was winning on the spot.
Yeah.
It's still a good try, but I would definitely try to make knight e1 work.
I also would try to make knight e1 work, and I'm also thinking about the errors that she's made during the match, you know, when she clarified the position a little bit too quickly. Do you think that these mistakes will also be playing on Ju Wenjun's mind when, you know, she will say, well, you know, knight d4 is my instinct, but because of the mistakes I've made in the past, let's focus on knight e1?
Well, it shouldn't really be the case because it's a concrete situation now. So she just has to go for the calculation and make and decide accordingly. Because, after knight d4, there is a very good chance that Lei Tingjie can hold, because we've seen this before from her. But if you don't see how you're going to be winning or continuing the game after knight e1, rook d3, rook c1, if you don't see it how, then you cannot do anything. Then you say, I don't know, I don't see why is it so good, so I go to the direction of knight d4, because at least after knight d4, I have the bishop pair, it's a one-way ticket, I'm going to torture her, maybe I win, maybe I don't, but from practical point of view, it can be very annoying for black.
And but I have to also agree with Finfala, who says that drawing two completely winning positions would be devastating.
But this is not completely winning.
Is not kind of the case here, even though the engine says to us it's a clear advantage. In human terms, this is not that easy at all. And you have to see a lot of critical points. And there we see both players focused. Ju Wenjun, she has 18 minutes to take her decision. Knight d4 would fit in very much with her philosophy. Knight e1 would require her to spend a lot of energy working out and seeing that eventually the rook will end up on a7.
Yes, because what would you say after the game, right? If, let's say, you don't know exactly why is it so good after knight e1, bishop d1, rook d3, rook c1. You think about king h2, you see it's not good enough, you see check, check, rook a7 to see that it's more actually about intuition whether knight e1 should be the best move or no. At the same time, it's also very tempting to go for a long torture after knight d4.
Well, we expect Ju Wenjun to go into the tank here as she takes this decision. So don't go anywhere, because this match might conclude very soon. And see you all after this very short break.
Your subscription makes shows like this possible, which is why our Twitch subscribers will never see ads on chess.com. Connect your chess.com account and Twitch account at go.chess.com/connectaccounts, and bang, boom, voila, you're done. 100% ad-free bliss forevermore. Whether you're following our events on site or on stream, type the command connect in the chat, and thank you for helping bring these shows to life.
Hey everybody, it's Danny here, and as you may know, Chess.com and Chessable are now one, and I'm here to show you how you can make your Chess.com and Chessable one in just a few clicks. To start, let's log in and connect our Chess.com account. I just scroll right here above the browser and click Login. Scroll down and click Continue with Chess.com. Now, if you're already logged into Chess.com, it's just going to ask you if you want to approve that connection. I'm going to say yes, sir. But after approving, it'll bring you right back to the Chessable homepage. Now, the Puzzle Connect feature can be found under Tools, and you click Puzzle Connect. Now, what that does after you type in your username is it's going to pull positions from the games you played on Chess.com, create your very own personalized Chessable course, and then quiz you with the positions where you may have missed the best move. And the more you play on Chess.com, the more games it will have to quiz you as long as your account stays connected. It's pretty sweet, and it's going to help you get better learning from the mistakes in your games. Yes, this is a pro feature at Chessable, but if you go to chessable.com/link, you can get 30 days of Pro for free.
Hello everyone and welcome back, and we are in the middle of the action in game 8 of the Women's World Championship match, and it's an important crossroads here in Chongqing as Ju Wenjun is faced with a big decision on the board. Will she simplify, clarify the position so that she has a small advantage that she can torture Lei Tingjie until the very end of the game, or will she put immediate pressure on Lei Tingjie and ask the pieces, are they well placed? And we left you with a big decision about to be made, and Ju Wenjun is still thinking. She's burned a lot of time and still no answer yet. And there we see Ju Wenjun fully focused, because you can feel that this is such a big moment on the board.
Well, indeed, it is a big moment, because it can affect the final result of this game. Because one is going, if she goes knight e1, it goes straight forward for the calculation, which many times Ju Wenjun is avoiding, or if she has the opportunity, she's choosing the other way. Or she goes the knight d4, exchanging one pair of pieces, one giving up a knight for the exchange of the black square bishop of black, and she believes in herself that in the long run she can be torturing and giving a hard time to her opponent and possibly equalize. It is a serious moment from this point of view, but at the same time, of course, as I said before, if you don't see something and you just say, I don't see how am I going to continue after knight e1, bishop d1, rook d3, rook c1, I don't see, and I don't even have a pawn up anymore. Both has its pluses and minuses. It also shows the character very much. And you can see that Lei Tingjie, she is sitting there, she is focused, and she's believing in her position. But I have the feeling that she can show not necessarily always her worries on her face. She can give the look and the feeling for the audience that I have all the self-confidence, even when she's not so sure about herself or her position.
I actually, the way that I'm reading her expression right now is basically she's focused because she feels and she knows that her position is balancing on that edge. And yeah, we are all waiting
worried.
from Ju Wenjun. She's totally worried, and because I recognize that face in myself. You know, when you know that perhaps you're on the cusp of a draw, but at the same time there's a lot of trouble ahead in store, and we can see that she is just there. She doesn't have the room to have these emotions. She has to give all her energy into saving the position right now, and she has to be ready for knight e1. She has to be ready for knight d4. Both positions will be very unpleasant. One, of course, goes for the immediate kill. The other one goes for the long term. And, well, it will show us when Ju Wenjun makes her move. And she has to make a move. And she's now ticking down to under 9 minutes. So she's used over 10 minutes for this big decision.
Over 15 minutes.
Is it over? Yes, okay, over 15.
Over 15. It's really a lot. It's really a lot when you spend so much time. And they are playing already for quite some hours. We are in the 4th hour, so they have to keep their concentration. And I don't see that she's going to make a move in the next 1 or 2 minutes yet. I have the feeling that she's going to go down also somewhere 4 to 5 minutes. And it's not good, you know. It would have been much better to play in 1 minute. It would be psychologically so good to be able to play very fast.
Yes, it would be psychologically very good to just make that decision. But then at the same time, this is the Women's World Championship match. Big thing at stake. You know, Ju Wenjun, she's the reigning world champion. She's trailing Lei Tingjie for the point. And you don't want to take such decisions lightly. I mean, this could be another golden opportunity that she's being presented with. And yeah, knight e1 is one winning try. I also have to say knight d4 is also another excellent winning try as well, even though the material in terms of the pawns is level.
And
knight
we have
d4,
knight d4.
I knew it.
Don't tell me that you're surprised.
No, I am not surprised. And knight takes d4 played, because when you're given the opportunity just to be able to torture your opponent with that small long-term advantage, it's not easy, as we saw ourselves. The white rook is coming down to a7. The g7 pawn is a target, and let's not forget Lei Tingjie's knight on d4 is under attack, and it doesn't have a stable post. I mean, if it could sit on f5, wonderful, but it can't. It's going to get kicked away.
But it's interesting, this situation, because basically Ju Wenjun was spending nearly 20 minutes, 16 or 17 minutes on her clock, right? It can easily happen with you that you want to play knight d4 to start with, and then you start calculating knight e1. And somehow, and the bottom line is that you don't want to find necessarily a win, because you want to play knight d4. And then you calculate, and you look here, you look there, and at the end you play the move which you wanted to play already to start with. But in the meantime, you spent 15, 16 minutes, you gave away your advantage in time, most of your time, and then it would have been just much better to play instantly, to play knight d4, because at least then your opponent has a bad feeling and you still have 25 minutes. So it's tricky, these points and situation. Knight c6 may be a good move. Maybe a very good move.
Well, now we are going to see...
there is a pawn taking
yes.
immediately.
The pawn on g7 will fall, but Lei Tingjie seems very confident in this, and she is... I wonder what she's going to do. For me, the one move that I would play is I would move the king backwards, because if you move the king forward to g6, I'm a little bit afraid.
G4 is coming then.
Exactly, it's going to get trapped in a mating net. So king g6, g4, and still this pawn on g7 is going to fall, and this king is nervous.
Well, I think white will have to press it for a long time if she can.
She will have to. This is the only thing she can do, and yes, Lei Tingjie, accurate as ever, she steps back with the king. And still,
let's see if rook will be taking on g7 or bishop.
I was also wondering whether this pawn can be left alone for a little while, and because there is one concern that I have with Ju Wenjun's position, and that is the squares around the king. They're like squares, and you don't want to allow
it's very important. I think it's very important for white to play g4. So to control some of the white squares from the bishop. And if white can reach out g4 and make the king journey to king h2, king g3, king h4, king g5, king f3 eventually, king f6, that could lead to some danger for the black king.
Yeah. And
at the same time, white should also take care of her pawn on h3, not to lose it.
Right. And I was wondering whether moves such as h5 could be an idea for white. Sorry, black.
Well, it's a committal decision. Rook g5?
It is, and it's very much based on ideas like this.
Okay, I go f4.
And then no, I don't have a stable square for my... I really wanted to go...
Well, you have bishop f3, king f2, bishop d1.
Yeah, okay, and then I can sit there. And the whole point was really that when you want to advance the pawns, you're going to have to make some trades. And my theory is that the more pawn trades are made, the higher the chances are for black to hold the position.
Yeah, I understand your point, but it's also possible maybe for black to keep the bishop as where it was and somehow go rook b6 or rook a6, so counterattack on the third rank.
Counterattack on the third rank.
Yeah.
Well, we are going to dive back to the position because Lei Tingjie is now under 3 minutes and she has to find the best, most practical way to hold this position, because as Judith indicated, White's plan is simply to go g4, advance the pawns, and then the king will snake on the dark squares to the f6 square, and if it manages that, black's position will be in tatters.
Well, we understand that the position would be practically a dead draw once the black rook would be able to exchange for the white rook, but this is going to be an almost impossible mission, because of course white will always, until the very end, will be avoiding rook exchange.
White is not going to be that accommodating, I agree with you. And instead, Lei Tingjie now under 2 minutes. They are on move 37, so it's not a critical time pressure situation, but definitely the question mark is still hanging over Lei Tingjie's head. How is she going to construct the best defensive fortress?
Yes, now it's a big question. h5 or not to play h5 and allow g4 for white? It's a big dilemma, I must say.
And ticking now to under 1 minute and 20 seconds. She's spending time, and instead she moves her king closer to the white rook. So I guess her idea is if white plays some kind of g4, Lei Tingjie will just simply start harassing this bishop.
But after rook c5, I would be going bishop f6, and I'm safe on f6.
Especially if you've gone g4.
Yes. And I do like g4 a lot to make paving the road for my king.
I like g4 as well. The path is clear. I'm going to put that many times on the board. Because it's White's only plan, right? You have to use your king as a hunter in the endgame. And Ju Wenjun, she is now coming under 8 minutes. It's okay, only 2 moves to play. But there's no serious time trouble at all. But still, decision time. She just has to play a few accurate moves, make sure that there's no danger in the position. What is she going to choose? g4 played.
g4 is on the board. Also now, well, now h5 already g5.
Yeah, that's an important point.
Not an easy position and defense with black, I must say.
No, it's certainly not easy. And I'm wondering whether she can play. And obviously also rook c5. What's happening next? She's played rook c5, and whatever you do, don't pick up your bishop and put it on d6 thinking, hey, it's a check, because the bishop is needed on e5 to protect this rook. And yes, you will win black's rook, but black will win white's rook, and that will be just a draw.
Rook g5 is also possible, by the way.
Bishop f6.
But of course it's nicer to keep the king cut away on the 7th rank.
And do you think Lei Tingjie's plan is now to play h5 as you... Well,
it
there
can
this gives g5.
easily be the case, but I think after h5, rook a7, let's say, threatening with bishop e7.
Yeah. Exactly. And white still can play rook a7, bishop e7 is in the air, bishop e4. The players are on move 39.
Well, the question is really how white is going to be continuing. If, let's say, black really goes rook b5, rook b3, how the white king will break out from there.
Well, I don't think she has time for rook.
Well,
okay,
still,
so you're going to allow the king to h4. And your
well, I want to
idea
go
is...
rook b5 now.
Yeah.
And after rook b5, king g3, rook b3 check.
And once the king moves to h4,
then rook f3.
And that's just a draw, because unfortunately
Besides
bishop d4.
rook f3, bishop g2 immediately was also taking a pawn.
Well, let's head back to the players, because we are probably going to see rook b5 on the board, which is reaching for her rook.
And it's there.
You called it.
Yeah, she's making a good defense so far.
Well, I mean, hang on a second. Let me speak in Ju Wenjun's favor. So first things, this rook on g7 is unstable. So I think the critical move is just simply to move the rook out of the way. And it will take time, but I think white's plan is simply to put the bishop on d4, bishop e3, make the position very stable, and then come in with the king.
I was wondering if white can go rook e7.
Just to target the e6 pawn.
Yeah.
And there we see the players, they have made move 40, so they do get that bonus time of 30 minutes on the clock. And we see Ju Wenjun, she's left the board, she's now returned. That's a good strategy in my opinion. And after rook b5, we were just considering what should white play. Rook e7 is suggested by Judith, with just the idea of forcing black to take a timeout and defend the e6 point. And if you just simply put the bishop on... No, I can't put bishop on d5. Because
that's the thing that I want to take that
rook
pawn.
b6.
And after rook b6 to go, let's say king g3.
I also have moves. Okay, wait 1 second. I also have moves like rook. I'm wondering, I should be like the Indian prodigies. The Indian prodigies are all about counterattacking. I don't know if you noticed this about their play. But you attack the pawn, and instinctively I will often go like, okay, rook b6, and let's defend it. But that's a passive choice. And they have a really good feel for the initiative, and they're like, no, that might not necessarily be the right way forward.
And how can you counterattack here?
Yes. So the counterattack would be like me targeting the f2 pawn, and I don't see how I'm going to do that.
This is what I wanted to ask you. How? The strategy is nice to counterattack, but how?
Well, we are going to see Lei Tingjie also come up with the similar dilemma, because rook e7 is on the board. And the big question is, do you step back, defend passively, rook b6, very natural. And if I do step back, or find some counter-attacking possibility?
Well, the question is, yes, after rook b6, I don't know if there's anything else, by the way. If, let's say, rook b6, my plan was to go king g3. But I'm not sure at all that that is the best. I can also play f4 first, and only later on to go knight g3. King g3.
Okay.
So why not to play
first?
f4?
Yeah.
Because actually e5 can be a threat also sometimes. Well, for now, yeah, rook would be taking it, but I like f4. I want to go f4 anyway.
Yeah, f4 looks good, and this is where I just want to pass. I'm going to pass here.
King g3, rook a3, king h4. You go bishop g2.
Yep. And if you just capture on...
Well, the problem
E6?
is, yeah, rook e6. But if rook e6, I can even lose the game.
Yes, there was some
King
danger,
f7,
but I was...
king f7.
Yeah, I was banking on f5 to hold everything. And I can see immediately the bar goes down and says...
Well, h6.
No, h6. h6 traps the king and... Well, okay, it continues.
Ah, king h5, bishop h4. I forgot that I have bishop h4, sorry. No, but then simply rook h3, king g5, h6, king f4, rook f3, and rook e3.
And was...
Well, more king e5. Well, I thought you have to go king e5, but rook g3. Going back.
Yeah, and that will be a repetition. So, okay, that was quite deep into the line, so let's break that one down a little bit more. So, rook e6. Rook e7.
Rook b6.
Rook b6. Calm
and
defense.
Now I went f4, but it's possible
Maybe.
that I start my journey with my king.
King to g3. It begins its odyssey. Okay, and then... Can you not do the same thing again? So rook to b3 check.
Yeah, this was my problem.
Although
king f4.
Although I can come in this way. And I see chat is very dismissive. They're saying, oh, it's just going to be a draw. I'm not so sure, you know. There's still a lot of work to be done. And if Lei Tingjie draws this, then it will all be due to her resourcefulness, her resilience, because Ju Wenjun will still be putting a lot of pressure on Black's position. And yeah, the endgame is just beginning. King f4, and like for instance, you can go wrong very easily by going rook f3 check. That would be a mistake because the rook and pawn ending is going to be lost. The bishop is now under attack, so the bishop has to move. How are you going to defend? So you probably have to step forward with the rook to b4. Okay, well, we have a decision. Rook b6 played by Lei Tingjie. Not an easy draw by any means, and you can just see there that the evaluation bar just shot up in White's favor, so I made a big mistake.
Well, we see that Ju Wenjun, she's very comfortable in her chair, looking at her position.
Yeah, like, and actually I kind of said that in this position, which might be something that might happen, that rook f3 might be a mistake, but and it is a mistake. I can see the evaluation.
It is, takes on e4 and takes on h7. And the double passed pawn, connected passed pawns are just...
And that's it. Game over. That one is going to be... So definitely lots of ways to go wrong. Let's head back. Rook b6.
Well, king g3 seems to be the best move because you have to get out with your king. If black can cut away your king, then it would be extra difficult to show any danger for black. Though rook on e7 stands very well because it attacks two pawns on h7 and on e6 at the same time, and the bishop cannot defend it only from f7 where it would be extremely passive. So this way, I think it was very good by white, the strategy to tie down the rook on b6. So the rook is defending the pawn on e6, the bishop defends from e4 the h7 pawn. So now white keeps those pieces, everybody busy on defense. The king is cut away on the 7th rank, so white's only journey for victory is to bring her king.
Mm-hmm. And if you just wait, I mean, the thing is that king f4 is coming. It's not king f4, and again the question will be asked to this bishop. And if you just wait, okay, so say I go like this.
King
King
f4.
goes to f4, and then I move the bishop somewhere, any random spot along the diagonal. Let's put it, I don't know. Everything feels so loose.
Yeah.
Okay, in that case, I'm going to move my rook from... Hang on, I want to have every piece protected.
Can black go h6? I know it's not something we like very much, but I'm afraid from the white king to go to g5.
Okay, so rook...
Instead of rook a6, after
you want to
king
go
g3,
h6.
well, I just want to try it out. I don't want to play it.
Well, this is the commentator's privileges.
Yes.
We can take back at any opportunity. So h6. Yes, you can play this. And my first impression is, I don't understand the big idea. I guess you just want to release the bishop. So then if I come in.
King h4, and now to go bishop g2. So looking for serious counterplay. I see a beautiful self-mate for white, mate in 2.
Okay.
After rook b3. But it's still, no, it's still, I'm not reaching there, only in the next move.
No. And this is where I really want to be playing king h5 anyhow.
I want to go now, king h5.
Yeah, I have to set it up. So I'm gonna, if I set it up like this.
Mm-hmm. But now rook b3. And that, this is the mate. This is what I'm talking about. Yeah, this is what I was planning. Rook h3, bishop e4, self-mating myself.
Oh dear me. And okay, what we don't see.
We have a different move on the board. h4.
We definitely do. h4 played. Rook b6, h4.
It also makes quite a lot of sense. I see that the computer says it's a question mark. If you have time for everything, it's not a bad idea to go to h5 and then bring the king all the way to g5, h6. But yeah, the problem is probably you have not enough time for something like that.
Okay, but then that means there has to be something concrete right
now.
No,
the problem is e5. This is why I wanted to play f4 and king g3, because king g3 defends the f2 pawn. It's immediate draw. Ah no, g5. Sorry, I got over enthusiastic for black.
But still, the computer is actually saying yes. This
rook b2.
Guess rook b2. And then I guess you just simply
check. King g4.
King comes forward. Why is this?
Yeah, it seems like.
Still, this is very difficult. The king is
okay. So h4. What about after h4? Rook b2 is not possible. Because king g3. Yes, but king g3, I believe.
Yeah, but
and
now
if check king f4.
Yeah, but now you can do this. Oh no! I'm falling for it again. I forget that this pawn on h7 is up for grabs.
Yeah.
Okay, but now you can go bishop. No,
because
bishop
h7 is hanging.
because the king comes here to g4. So, okay, what is the move?
Well, I think already here.
Hang on a
it's not
second.
so
Hang on
good.
a second. Hang on a second. Can you just? I'm just going to go back to the game. h4. I'm just wondering whether she's got rook b7 ideas.
Oh, and after rook e6?
Yeah, that's what that's. It's not happening there. And what about your idea of h6?
Well,
If you,
I'm not so crazy about that idea. King g3?
yeah, and now I can do e5. That was my idea. And I see the
Well,
evaluation
even
buzzes.
here you can go. Even here. No, but here e5, rook e5. Once I
Yeah.
have my king on g3.
Yeah, yep, it's all defended. Okay. Okay, so let's go back. h4. Why is this a mistake? It's not very clear, and apparently it's a mistake because of your e5 move.
e5, g5.
g5, and it just says rook to b2.
Yeah, king g3, rook b3, king g4.
Yep. Hang on, no, rook b3 is not, no, rook b3 is a mistake. Apparently this will keep everything intact.
Yeah,
And that's a difficult... That's a difficult defensive construction that you anticipate, of course, that
No.
e5 pawn is up for grabs, but you're going to have to make a bishop trade. It's a difficult one to spot.
Well, it's very difficult, and also from practical point of view, I just go h5.
Still, yeah, h5, and then...
Check.
Yeah, I mean, these computers
Well,
are so good now, and now you can go check.
Yeah. I can lose. I can lose a game probably.
And then after this,
No, what about king h4? Yeah.
king h4, and it says rook f3. And, I mean,
Rook
this is just
e5?
ridiculous. Yeah, but
Rook
look at this.
e5?
Look at that.
Oh, I
Black is
saw
setting up a
this.
mating.
Yeah, but these are awfully difficult. Rook e3 takes, king f7, and it's a draw.
It's a draw, okay, but
Yeah.
I mean, this is just wonderful computer analysis in terms of the human mind.
Extremely difficult to follow this. With
Yeah,
black.
exactly. First of all, to make the commitment to play e5, so rook e7, this is the position, h4, to make that commitment to put that pawn on
Exactly.
a dark square where it can be hunted down, to allow g5. And I think you just go e5, g5, and then the end. You don't necessarily calculate rook b5, and you see these defensive ideas.
Yes, and you don't understand necessarily that is it really e5 the best move? I mean, white does not have to take on e5 or exchange the rooks.
No, exactly. Exactly, and another idea of the drawing, I mean, the thing is, black has many plans at their disposal, but I would say that they're not easy. Like someone else, I mean, I see that also the computer's third suggestion is to go h5, which I would say no. Why would you hand white a pass pawn for free?
Yeah, but at the
Yeah,
same time, we shouldn't forget that it's also very frightening if you allow white king to go all the way through f4, g5, h6.
That is true.
That also looks extremely scary.
That is true. And also, let me also highlight another computer variation, which is to go rook b2, which we looked at. But we were just looking at the king marching forward. I think we even got as far as this position. And when I played rook b4, I was really worried here that the king would just snake its way to, it can go to h6, it can go to e5. It's really not very easy. And after e5, you have to calmly see that bishop d5 is possible.
Simple as that.
Yeah, and the line gets even wackier, because tell me, after rook takes pawn, what would you play? You would probably go rook takes g4.
Or rook e4 first.
Yeah, and that's the rook e4 is the kind of important, easier point, easier to make the draw, because the king comes to d6.
Yes, and after bishop g4, bishop g5 can be interesting, right?
Yeah.
No, instead of without rook e4 check.
Exactly, without rook e4, then bishop g5 is definitely. But so many complicated lines, and you also have to anticipate that, yes, you do allow the white king pretty far up the board.
I wouldn't like to have this endgame against Karpov nor against Kramnik.
I wouldn't like to have this endgame, full stop.
No, but
sometimes needs must.
Yeah, but against some people, at least, I would think I make a draw. But with this time control to play against Karpov or Kramnik, I mean, they're going to be sitting there acting that they're winning. They're trying it from here, this side, that side, playing rook a7, going back to e7, going to c7, giving a check, going back, then go king g3, then play h5. I mean, you know, just play around. And then eventually, when I'm down to 2 minutes, then they make some actions.
That is a very typical grandmaster strategy there, Judith. And with Lei Tingjie's clock also ticking down to under 20 minutes, the pressure is both on and off the board. And we are going to take a very quick break, but don't go away, because we will be back in a few minutes to see the conclusion of this really exciting game.
Dude, it's impossible to not hear you just breathing super loudly.
Okay, fine. I will hold my breath for 3 minutes.
All right, let's go.
Okay,
let's go
sure.
right now. Got the
Ready?
chess clock app right here. Almost there. And you did it.
What can you do for 3 minutes?
My wife says not a lot, but I can plank.
Keep that big butt down. Dude, nice.
2, 1, you did it. Wow. I feel better. Oh, yeah. You were timing me?
Yeah, you were in there for 30 minutes.
Oh, man.
Let's
Sorry.
play some chess and get some dinner.
Let's do it.
Time odds?
Yeah.
Okay. You bring your clock?
Oh, I left my clock at home.
Dude, you idiot. I told you to bring it.
Let's just go get something to eat.
Okay. Oh. Download the new Chess.com clock app so you can time yourself playing chess or whatever other dumb stuff you and your friends do.
Do you wish playing a chess game with a friend was as easy as sending them a text? Well, good news. Now it is. With Chess.com's new iMessage app, you can start and play a game directly in iMessage. Your friend doesn't even need a Chess.com account. It's just tap and play. Head over to go.chess.com/iMessage or use the command iMessage in chat to learn more.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Game 8 in the Women's World Championship, which is happening in Chongqing, China. And there we can see Ju Wenjun. She is in full control in this position. She is putting pressure on Lei Tingjie, who is hoping to use all the grit and resilience possible in order to save this game. She will need it. And Judith, in the break, the players haven't really made any moves. We did see Lei Tingjie think very hard as to what she can do after Ju Wenjun's h4 move. But I saw a very interesting tweet, which I thought was quite funny. So in yesterday's press conference, this was asked to Lei Tingjie. We changed the location of the match to Chongqing. This is your hometown. Has it influenced you? And Lei Tingjie responds, this is my first time to come here. And so everyone was thinking, oh, this is just her sense of humor. 50% telling the truth, 50% lying. And well, anyhow, David Larder, the FIDE's press officer, and not press officer, publicity officer, and he actually clarified her words, which said, Chongqing is a massive city composed of several districts. The match is being held in Changshu, some 60 kilometers north of Chongqing proper. Due to the peculiar topography of this region, it really feels like a separate town. So the players are not actually playing in the center of the city as we all expected, right in that peninsula, you know, where you can see the Yangtze and the Jialing rivers. Instead, they're playing in a mountainous area.
Okay. Yeah, Lei is giving funny answers, I must say.
It was unexpected, right?
yes, it's not exactly. Even if you want to express it, it's not exactly like this. You think, well, I've never been here.
No, I've never been here before. I've never seen the place in my life. But yeah, there is an explanation to her words. And whilst she is, of course, still thinking hard, again, a reminder that the players do not get any additional time from here on. They've had the 30-minute bonus time. They will still be getting that 30-second increment per move. And finally, after a big think, we do see Lei Tingjie react.
She's
with Rook B3.
giving up a pawn.
She is giving up a pawn.
Yes, because I just wanted to say it before she made this move, that it's a very difficult kind of endgame and situation for Lei Tingjie. Because when you're an active player and you like to go give up material, go for activity, sometimes you just cannot do that because it's not the best move. And this Rook B3, again, a move which is completely in her style, to give up some material for activity, but sometimes simply it doesn't work. You just have to sit and wait, and you'll see whether they torture you to death or they torture you to draw.
Yeah, and well, let's have a deep dive whilst Ju Wenjun considers what is the idea behind this pawn sacrifice. So the first move to be thinking about is rook takes pawn.
So let's say rook takes pawn.
And I'm guessing rook f3. No, I thought rook f3 was the idea.
But rook f3 is bishop e7 check, and I take the bishop.
Yep, okay, so that will drop material, so you don't want to be doing this. So no rook f3.
She wants to go bishop f3. Bishop f3 is the only idea, I guess.
Okay, but then you go g5. It's a very... Wait. I just want to point out one move. Very important not to go king to g3, because after bishop d5, discovered check, attacking the rook and hitting the king, that
it ends up in a draw
immediately. So g5 is the only move. It's forced. And is her idea...
what is her idea, yeah? And we stop.
Yeah,
We don't know what's
well,
her
maybe
idea.
the idea is just simply to construct a blockade on the light squares.
Yes, but with having the rooks on the board, it is not easy at all. And probably it will not work.
So, okay, so say you step forward.
And if bishop g4, rook e4 simply. No, bishop g4. Let's see bishop g4. Rook e4 is not...
I wanted to go rook e7 to go for the
okay,
h7
you go.
pawn.
Okay, rook e7, and then you go rook f3.
King g2.
F3, king. You can also take on h7.
Ah, yeah. Even better.
I don't know why she gave up the pawn. She was more scared about the king's activity to go all the way to g5, h6. She rather gave up the pawn.
Yeah, and just to highlight, rook takes pawn. We fell to king to g3, attacking both the rook and the bishop. And this is going to be game over. Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Rook to b3. Rook takes e6. What is the idea after this?
Well, I think it can be
E4.
nothing else than bishop f3, forcing the pawn to be pushed.
I mean, is the idea to come in with the king, after all? Is this her idea? So she now wants to come king f7, hoping for this, king to g6, and then if you go all greedy, king f5, and if you go even more greedy, this is...
And what is this? I go rook d7.
Rook d7?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like all these ideas are fun for black, but nothing will work.
I don't know.
Well, maybe I should have gone rook c7.
Okay. So...
Yeah, that was a good one. Okay.
That's the only thing that I can think of.
But I'm not
She wants
sure
to
that
provoke.
I have to... Probably I will just not give... I will not take the pawn. After king f7, I will just move away with my rook on the 6th rank.
Okay. So
Still
let's
probably
head back.
she wants to go
King
king
f7.
g6. Okay, so rook d6.
You want to go rook d6. I still can come up with my king.
I know. And for example, bishop d4.
And if I still do this idea, I don't know where to put my king. King f5, let's go king f5. No, okay, that's losing.
I wanted bishop e3.
Okay, so maybe in that case, king f5 is a mistake. Maybe I should put my king on h5, sorry. So let's go back. Maybe this way.
Yeah. Though why not to play king g3 here?
Yeah, and now check.
Check, bishop e3. And bishop g6.
Yeah. This is my light square blockade that I've been fantasizing about.
Yeah, this maybe could be a good try if I allow you to go all the way out.
What would be an unbelievable try? So let's work our way through that one again. So,
but what do you play if after all I go back rook e7? So let's see the position which they have on the board. Rook e6 is played.
Rook e6 is played, and
bishop f3 is played.
Bishop a3. Force that pawn to step forward, and now try to use the king as the ultimate defender.
Now rook e7 can be also tried, by the way.
Okay, so king f7, rook e6, and then king goes up to g6.
Yeah,
that's the plan.
Yeah, and what about playing here, king g3?
Yeah, and then I guess you step the back. Well, we're g5 played.
Mm-hmm.
And king to g3. Yeah, here I'm kind of hoping that I can go... What can I do? Well, I have everything jammed up, so I guess I can go bishop. I can stay on this diagonal. I can go bishop h here. There you go.
Okay.
No, not that. The evaluation bar. Again, I need to put my bishop on a sensible square. That stops at the same time. Maybe just king f5. I don't know, still very, very difficult.
Yeah, I would try probably now bishop d4. I mean, it's a very difficult endgame to hold a draw. Whatever this bar is jumping up and down on my nerves. Doesn't matter. It's still difficult.
It is very difficult. And again, I want to stress the clock situation. Lei Tingjie doesn't have so much time. And if she embarks on this king journey, she will need to be accurate. And let's head to the game position. And we did see rook takes e6 as expected. Bishop came to f3, g5 on the board. And yeah, to me, she has to activate the king. She's 2 pawns down. If she doesn't do this, then white will simply march the king in, put all the pieces on dark squares before you do that, and then I feel a 2 pawn advantage is going to be enough to coast home the point.
Yes, I mean, it's getting tougher and tougher for black.
And
I mean, obviously she's looking for the activation of the king, that's no question. I mean, she's always looking for activation, but I'm not sure if she'll be able to reach that.
She has a one chance. King f7.
And surprising that she's thinking.
Right. Again, I'm just wondering whether she went into this long think, played rook b3, and it was perhaps as a result of her not liking all the other moves that she saw, and then she just went rook b3, and then it was like, ah, look at that,
Yeah.
I blundered a pawn. I'm speaking from experience. King f7. Lei Tingjie now going down to under 6.5 minutes. Now is the chance, Lei Tingjie. Step forward with the king. It's the best shot.
Yeah, it's very... But now she's getting destroyed. You can see that. She's very destroyed. She
And
knows it that there is a very good chance that she's not able to hold it.
okay,
Bishop
comes-
g4.
Rook e7, and that's it. The black king will be forever caged. This one is now becoming more and more difficult to defend.
And you can see immediately Ju Wenjun was playing. No, you're not coming out with your king ever in this game anymore. No.
And there we see bishop f5. So Lei Tingjie just simply saying, okay, she believes this bishop, this rook will be able to blockade the light squares, but it's a difficult it's a difficult. There's too many weaknesses, and the white king can come in, and white's pawns can eventually push forward.
Not so
I don't
simple,
know, I can
of
see.
course.
No, it's definitely not simple. I mean, you can see constructions. Like, obviously not now. Like, we can go h5, g6, and then h6 is in the air. That's one way to break
but
through.
the problem is after h5, rook h3, and grabs the pawn.
Right. But it's in the air. It's something you have to...
Yeah, but the question is, how can you move away with your king to prepare h5? Because wherever you go, let's say now king g2, you get bishop h3. Though maybe king g1...
Do a nice little triangulation with the king.
Then she goes... Oh, yeah. This is
you go rook b1, king goes
king h2, and then rook already b3. I can play h5.
Yeah.
No, h7 is hanging already.
Yep.
But after bishop f5, h5.
Yeah, rook 8 and h5. And still, you have this idea of going g6 and pushing, making that breakthrough with h6.
Oh, yeah.
And, yeah.
Well, it's getting very hot.
It certainly is.
And I'm not talking the 35 degrees in Budapest. I'm talking about the game.
I can tell you it's not 35 degrees here in Bergen.
But it's 40 degrees for Lei.
Yeah, well, actually she's in the mountains, so maybe it might be...
Doesn't matter, that's how she feels now.
Right now she's in the hot seat and she is squirming. And this... If Ju Wenjun wins this match, of course, not only does she level the match so far, but tomorrow the players will be having a rest day where they'll be able to recoup, regather their thoughts, plan out their strategies, and of course, come up with new opening surprises. Because it seems to me very important to the players that they establish a surprise right at the beginning. We saw Ju Wenjun do this yesterday and today with some success.
Well, of course, it's always a question. Once, let's go with an idea that Ju Wenjun equalizes the match. Then, of course, psychologically, again, everything is changing. But then maybe both of the players will say, okay, I'm not going to risk. Let's go for the... Of course, it's simpler to say than done. But maybe mentally they would both think, okay, we're making the playoff, and then whatever happens, happens. But probably there will be still ups and downs. Whether it's going to be a draw or a victory for Ju Wenjun and equalizing the match. But
you know, the
King
only
G2
player
is on the board.
King G2 is on the board. But I was going to say the only player who I've kind of heard of, like deliberately going for the playoff, is like Magnus Carlsen. Because he knows he's exceptionally good at this, and I think in an interview, you might not want to quote me on this because I might be making up or misremembering, but I think I heard that Fabiano Caruana, when he did preparation for the 2018 World Championship match, he did not prepare for a playoff.
This was a huge mistake, I believe, because. But that was a tough match. It was so balanced. And it was very similar to this one from the point of view that they were very close in strengths at the time. They had 2 rating point difference in between them.
Yeah.
In 2018.
Yeah, there wasn't that much difference, and there isn't that much difference between these two players. And in fact, we do see a few moves being played quickly by Lei Tingjie, and there was a possibility that instead of playing bishop h3 check, that black could have been a bit more fancy and played rook b7 and actually dislodged the rook from the 7th row. This would have been a challenging response for Ju Wenjun to face, but instead we see bishop h3, king g1 and bishop f5.
And we see the time being 6 minutes and 20 seconds for Lei, while white has 22 minutes still.
And just to highlight. If you step forward with the king again, I just wanted to reinforce that rook b7 is a great move, because if rook takes rook, bishop e4 check, and that check also wins back the rook. So just to clarify that point. So king g2 inaccuracy. But bishop f5, the king is now standing on g1, and the first question that comes to my mind is, what happens if you push those pawns, like play h5? That's one idea.
Well,
Another
probably
idea.
white, black wants to go after h5, rook h3 or something like that, and after h6, thinking that the bishop will hold up the pawns on the white squares. But I'm not sure she's going to make it.
And this one, what do you think about this one? Can this bishop fend off?
Well, I think there
Or
are some
West army?
concrete issues might be the problem, like having the rook on g7, and then if the h3 rook is moving away, then g6 wins. You know, so that might be the problems for black.
I mean, also the king is completely tied down. So say, for instance, you, I don't know,
once
randomly making a move. Okay, you've got to mind g6. So for
well,
instance, you move the rook.
yeah, I mean king g2, and the game seems to be over because in some tactical point,
There's still some fight left in the position, because no, there isn't. There isn't, because I was thinking you can go rook g7 and maybe go rook d7, but there is some tactical points.
no, this is, for example,
This is good.
a
This
draw,
is a
because
draw.
after takes g6, king g8.
Yeah, the king g8, and also this one draws.
Yes.
So don't play too quickly, Ju Wenjun. Don't fall into those traps. So definitely still some defending possibilities for Lei Tingjie, but Ju Wenjun very much in the driving seat.
And usually she has the patience to finish this off properly. But she still needs to make some show good technique.
She's a very patient player. So if we go back to the position, you see she has 20 minutes on the clock, and Ju Wenjun, she is using that time, you know, because some players, they reach the end game and they feel like, okay, they don't have too much energy to give, or perhaps they're too excited about the clarification of the position, because you see them play very quickly. But end games are there to be enjoyed. They're there to be given a lot of thought, and Ju Wenjun, she's taking her time before she decides to commit to h5 and this h6 pawn push, or is she going to take another approach?
Well, I don't think she has too much other way of thinking than to push her pawns to h5, h6.
There's the, yeah, because rook h, if she doesn't do anything, I guess rook h3 is, sorry, rook h3 is coming.
Yes.
And either she steps back with the king, and upon which Lei Tingjie will do her maneuver again, but there's also the added possibility of playing rook to b7.
Yeah. Well, probably we're going to end up in a pretty much blitzing part of the game in like 20-25 minutes from now.
And she's thinking hard. 18 minutes. Tense. I say this word a lot, but it's so true. And h5 played.
Rook h3 instantly.
h6.
Yeah. And then the question is, how does black want to keep the control on the h file? and keeping the bishop on the b1 h7 diagonal to control the pawns.
Yeah, well, we see rook d3 setting up the idea of rook to d7. So, okay, Ju Wenjun, she has to be sharp. She can't play instant chess, say for instance play rook g7, because that would immediately spoil the win.
Okay, so now probably, well, yeah, question what to do, because on king g2 she's going to play bishop h3 and going back.
Well, also, I mean, how? I guess if she goes, could she not go like rook e5 and then?
Yeah,
step
rook
up with the
e5,
king?
bishop g6, and f4 for the moment it seems does not work because of rook f3.
Right. So in light of that, I don't want to. You got to look after the little guys, and I don't want to play f4 immediately, but I want to play this move. And then prepare f4, f5. Okay, and we see Ju Wenjun move the king to h2.
Yeah.
Very good. And Lei Tingjie under 6.5 minutes on the clock. They're on move 50, but there is no
because
added time. There's
the
only a
plan
30-second increment.
Yeah. I think the plan can be for white is that it's kind of zugzwang for black. Because if, let's say, black goes rook f3, king g2, and rook goes back, then white would be happy to go just f3.
Yeah.
I would think. Or rook e5 and bishop g6, f4.
That's the move that I would be thinking about playing.
Yeah.
But,
because black has no rook f3 to stop white playing f5. And once white plays f5, game over, handshake.
Yep. It is over. This king on f8 is so weak, as well as these passed pawns that are coming Lei Tingjie's way. So let's go back. So king h2. What is Lei Tingjie's best chance?
Very frustrating to play this endgame for black.
Yeah, somehow or other I feel like she has to do this. But then
okay, but if you
e5.
go there, rook e5, bishop goes wherever, let's say to b1, still f4.
Yeah, and
how can
there's
you
just
stop
no time.
f5?
Well, this is the only way that I can potentially stop f5, but I see
But
that
you
I don't
don't-
stop it. I don't
Yeah,
stop
I'm
anything because
afraid-
even g6 is coming.
Yeah, I
No,
think
there,
f5.
that's f5, and then we're going to back that up with g6, and this pawn on h6, 2 squares away from queening.
And
You're not
everything
gonna
is
survive that
prepared
one.
for that, having the bishop on f6.
And let's go back to the player's position, king h2, and for the first time we can confidently read the body language. Lei Tingjie, did you just see she was like clearing her throat? She was gulping. she is feeling the pressure, whereas Ju Wenjun calmly sat back in her chair feeling confident.
Well, of course she's confident, not necessarily because she sees that 100% it's winning, but she knows that she's going to sit there for a long time if it's needed. And she has 2 pawns up, right? And it's going on the right direction for her.
And something else that's going in the right direction for Ju Wenjun is Lei Tingjie's clock time. I mean, take a look at it now. She's now ticking very close to 3 minutes. There is no bonus time anymore. They just have this 30-second increment per move. And this is going to make Lei Tingjie's life extra difficult.
I see somebody nicknamed Ju Wenjun to Ju Wenjun.
Ju Wenjun.
Ju Wenjun.
Ju Wenjun. Ah, very good. And of course, you know, if Ju Wenjun gets this much desired win, well, anything can happen. 8 games into the match, and there we see Lei Tingjie give a check, and now she retreats the rook to d3.
Well, rook e5 will be there, but maybe she wants to go after rook e5, bishop h3 check, and after king h2, rook king f7,
and then come in again.
Well, I don't know. Yeah, I would probably play rook e7, king g6, rook g7. And maybe after king f5, g6. Just to make it the cruel way.
Chess is a cruel game.
Yeah, because after rook h7, you might go bishop g4, bishop f3 or something.
Judith, big moment actually, because when being told that if you do play rook e5, it's a big mistake because of rook d5.
Ooh, okay. Okay. And great chances for a draw suddenly, wow.
Suddenly, yes. So
because rook d7, rook d5. Uh-huh. So f3 after all. Maybe what was my original plan.
Definitely. So you can go here and you can carry on chasing. Wow, big possibility for Ju Wenjun to throw away the win here by playing the very natural rook e5. And f3 would of course keep the winner very much in Ju's control. But rook e5, natural move, mistake.
Yeah, because the thing is that after f3, bishop g6, I think rook g7 wins on the spot.
F3 definitely feels natural, and
great
just
trap,
quickly, it is a fantastic trap. It is.
Unbelievable possibility to blunder.
And f3, bishop to g6, rook g7.
And after bishop goes f5, g6 already.
And that is going to... Oh no, but there's a mistake. Why is there a mistake? Yeah. Why are we making mistakes, Judith? I don't know. What is...
What did I do again?
I don't know. This looks the most natural thing in the world. Oh, it's... No.
Rook d6.
I thought rook d6, but that doesn't work.
No, rook d6.
You got bishop e7.
Bishop e7, sorry. So what is it?
It must be bishop takes pawn.
But bishop takes pawn.
Rook takes. And it must be here. Where...
King f7.
Oh.
Oh. Oh, that's brutal. Oh.
That, yeah, you don't want to be stumbling into that trick. So it does, again, look like bishop g6, rook g7. This is very natural. Bishop f5, and it looks like white can put it away immediately on the spot with g6, but that would be a huge mistake because of bishop takes. And after rook takes, just king step forward to f7, attacking the rook, attacking the bishop, and well, it would be a draw. So let's head back to the position. King f7 not being a human move, and we see Ju Wenjun, she's taking her time. She's under 15 minutes, but she has to spot that rook e5 is not a good move because of the magnificent defensive try rook to d5. Once again exploiting that After, I'll just put it up on the board. After this, rook takes rook is impossible because it's an immediate draw after bishop e4 check, and the rooks have left the board. F3.
F3.
Precise until the end. And now there's one more pitfall for Ju Wenjun to avoid, and that's the one that we saw, and we see rook d6 played. No, rook d7
rook d7.
played. Okay, there we'll wait for the live board to correct itself. And there.
Well, Ju Wenjun is getting very close to equalize the match. Very close. And I don't see what Lei can really do about it. F4, F5. Maybe.
It is coming.
Yeah, but the thing is, what about bishop g6 and f4 maybe is a mistake again to bishop to rook d5?
Yeah, that could be. And let's have a look whilst Lei Tingjie is thinking. Bishop g6, f4, rook to d5. Maybe you don't have time though. Okay, and in the end, a different move was played.
Bishop
and we
c2.
See bishop c2.
Yeah, the question is, what is the best? I would, of course, go king g3 simply to improve my my king play.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I'm just gonna get that rook to d7 because I think she hesitated with the move, and so it registered on the live board as rook d6.
And she has only 3 minutes and 11 seconds left.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Not a lot of time.
So the thing is, what she wants to have now, to go king f7 and king g6 to control the white squares.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe rook c5 makes sense. But rook c5, she wants to go bishop b1 or bishop d3.
But
with the same idea that after f4, rook d5.
Right, but I mean, a lot of the problems is to do with the king standing on g2, so she can lift it up to g3.
King f7.
King f7. And then you can go f4.
King g6.
f5.
Bishop f5.
Yeah. And yeah, it's annoying with that.
No, she gives a great fight.
Mm-hmm. Definitely doesn't give up. But then that also kind of brings to mind, if you do go f4 and she does go rook to d5, maybe you can go rook e7. You have the time to cut the king off again.
Okay, and bishop f5. And then already you come with the king going out. So after that, rook d7, rook e5 wins already.
Mm-hmm. And Ju Wenjun, under 13 minutes on the clock. Okay, whilst Ju Wenjun is considering what to do, Jude and I were discussing what would happen after the move f4. Rook comes to d5, and simply just retreating the rook to e7. And here I guess you can go bishop f5. Okay, f4 played. We are going to see this.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure rook d5 will be standing on the board. And it's played. Not much time to hesitate for her.
And
rook
e7.
So if bishop f5 now, white goes out, king f2 probably.
Yeah. Travel on the dark squares. It's a good idea.
But what happens if black just keeps the rook on the 5th and the bishop on f5? So king f2, I don't know, bishop g6.
So you're just saying hold this construction and just wait.
Though it's not so simple because white will be able to go if on bishop g6, already rook g7 possible and g6.
Mm-hmm. Definitely, if you put your bishop on g7, but also you can break down this whole defensive construction by simply moving the rook off the e7 square, and at the right time put the bishop on e5, move the rook anywhere on the line, and then bring up the king and then start preparing to break through with f4, f5.
Well, this is a thing that I think it's white can maneuver for quite a long time. The only thing she has to really take care about, not to allow the black king up to g6. Even then I'm not sure it's completely a draw, but I think it would make it much harder for white.
Mm-hmm. And bishop f5 on the board. King f2. And wow, this was the move suggested by you, and it was given
Double question mark.
unbelievably.
Rook d4. Look at that. Rook d4, rook d3, and makes a draw.
Wow. Wow. What a moment. So, okay. This
rook
is
d4
a big
and
mistake.
it's a draw. I can't believe it.
Totally, because as you mentioned, rook d4, and then you cannot defend this. Incredible. You simply cannot defend the f4 point.
And I have the feeling that Lei Tingjie, she will play it. Of course. No.
And she plays rook d2, check.
But maybe this is also a draw?
It is also a draw, because still the fact of the matter is that black can attack the f4 point. So if you go king f1, rook to d4. If you go king e3, you can simply
rook
be
d3
checked.
check.
Yeah.
King e2, rook d4.
Wow. Yeah. And now the question is whether Lei Tingjie sees this opportunity to go rook to d4. This tactical trick that saves the game. And yeah, and suddenly we see Ju Wenjun thinking, it's dawning on her that she just made a mistake. Wow. If Lei Tingjie can spot rook d4, which is such an important resource in the position, in 2 minutes, I hasten to add, then this is going to be such an escape for the challenger. And there we see Ju Wenjun walk the king to e3. We are expecting rook to d3 check from Lei Tingjie.
Even if she doesn't see rook d4, she would play rook d3, but I think she sees it.
Mm-hmm.
She's so tactical.
Check. She is very tactical. And she spotted the idea of playing rook to d5. So this concept is very much on her radar. Wow. What a moment.
Well, to win a winning position, it's another chapter in everybody's life. And not very few can fill it up with good examples.
And Lei Tingjie now ticking to over a minute. But she has to find this one idea in the board, and that's simply to give a check. And once she's done that, force the king back, okay? And she hasn't, she didn't find it.
Oops.
Whoa, okay. And, well, what can we say? It was a fantastic resource. Lei Tingjie not having enough time on the clock, not sensing that one small window of opportunity that she had been granted. And now
we also only found it because we saw the bar that it's a draw. So
this is the problem. Telling us
this is the problem, that nobody
mark.
is knocking on your shoulder that, hey, you have an opportunity here.
And there we can see that White's best move is probably just to avoid this rook d4 idea, get that rook away from e7, make it more stable.
At the same time, it's still not clear, because if rook goes a7, rook a7, rook d5, rook a5. Okay, so that works. So what does she have in mind after rook a7? Rook d5 probably.
Okay, and there we see Lei Tingjie. Well, Ju Wenjun moves the rook away from e7. And,
well, this will be very
d3
painful for Lei that she missed it.
And well, you got to spot the opportunities that come past you. And there we can see rook to d3 check. The king is gonna step back.
Yeah, and rook goes back to d5.
Still, it's gonna be a task ahead.
Maybe the simplest way to win for White is to replace her bishop to e5 and to go rook c6, rook f6. Maybe that will be the option.
That definitely looks like a winning attempt. I really like putting the bishop on e5 because it, first of all, it disrupts the coordination between this rook that is was going to be sitting very nicely on d5 and the bishop on f5. And where to put the king? Where should you travel? And it moves to e2. Rook d5.
What a missed opportunity.
Yeah. And
but
I'm
let's
wondering
face...
whether...
Sorry.
Yeah? I was just wondering whether Ju Wenjun can be a little bit mean and flick in like a bishop g7 check and then moves the bishop to e5. I don't know why. It could be that the king is worse placed on g8.
Yeah. The question is really how White is going to be winning that. But you know what? It's possible. Yeah, after bishop e5, it's kind of a Zugzwang, don't you think so?
Yep. Bishop e5 looks good. I think you
because
can
after king
go bishop g7.
If king g8, then rook g7 and g6.
Okay, yeah, yeah, exactly. That's why I wanted to play bishop g7 check.
Actually, it's not so even there I can blunder, you know? Because after...
Really?
Yeah, I can blunder everywhere. If bishop e5, king g8, g6, bishop g6, rook g7, king g8, rook g6, and it's not winning. It is winning, sorry. Yeah, no, I thought rook e5, king g7 saves it, but it doesn't.
No.
Because the other passed pawn is queening.
2 passed pawns is going to save the day. And okay, let's go back to the game position, and we see bishop c3 played. And Lei Tingjie not having too much time, making a very quick move, no?
Yeah, she played this because after rook d7, rook c5 attacks the bishop immediately, while if the bishop would be on e5, it would be in the way in some ways. Time is ticking. And
Lei Tingjie, she's going down.
Yeah.
And king e8, and I can see everyone saying in chat, Judith, that they really appreciated you saying, wow, I can blunder everywhere. Makes us all feel better, so thank you. King e8.
Good try.
It is a try. And the question is, though, how is white going to break through? I mean, g6 is not possible. Rook g7, you're going to be met with rook to d7. You don't want that. Are you looking at bishop e5? Are you looking at rook c6? Okay, rook, what did we get?
King f2.
Waiting some more.
By now it's not a big risk. But yeah, eventually she will have to win the game somehow.
No, it is not a boring game at all. There's been so many traps. There's been a lot of pitfalls for both sides to avoid, and in the end we see Lei Tingjie. It is her turn to move, and she has just under 1.5 minutes. It's now ticking down.
Well, you know,
close.
The thing is, I think King f8 would lead to some opportunity for white going bishop b4. So you cannot go to g8 because rook g7 and bishop c3, or rook g7 and rook f7 wins. While after bishop b4, king e8, white would go rook e7, pushing the king to d8, and then already rook g7 and g6 wins.
Well, we're going to see it because king f8 has been played. Will we see your suggestion? Bishop b4 check. Ju Wenjun now under 9.5 minutes. She has time to figure it out. I liked your bishop. I also wondered, okay, so I wanted to play this a move ago and it wasn't possible. Rook g7. First, threaten g6. And then if rook d7, hang on, then you have your bishop b4 idea.
Okay, maybe that's what she wants, actually. I like that. Actually, I like that better than bishop b4 immediately. I think rook g7 is the move. Because g6 is a threat.
Let's put it on the board. Let's quickly show it.
Yeah.
Master Ju Wenjun is thinking. So rook moves to g7. And then this is the idea that I had. So rook to d7. And
exactly.
Bishop b4 check. King. And you are going to pick up this bishop on f5.
Though in the game, bishop b4 was played instead.
Okay, bishop b4 check. That's not bad. King goes to e8. I guess you can go rook g7. Same thing.
No, it's not the same because after rook g7, rook d4.
Yes, and this
so
is
your rook g7 was much better there.
And okay, you need to be precise here then.
Because the f4 pawn again can be vulnerable if you don't pay attention. But for example, going rook e7 and after king d8 go rook f7, it might work.
And force the bishop back. Okay, so the bishop.
But the thing is, the bishop should be standing on c3. Only then all these g6 things work. So if you go bishop g6, okay,
then you have rook g7 again. Now you go rook g7.
F7. Yeah. Bishop f5.
Okay, so let's head back to the position. Bishop b4 check, king e8. This is the game position as it stands. We are expecting rook e7 check. Drive the king. Okay, rook e7 on the board. Forcing the king to go to d8.
Well, this game is still not over. This is the only thing I can tell you.
And now rook f7 as you predicted, Judith.
Things are happening still.
F7.
Of course, if this game is not won by Ju Wenjun, then practically I would think that the match is over. Because this would be such a painful story for her if she cannot convert to victory, that from there it would be extremely hard to stand up and score a full point and equalize the match anymore.
It would be a huge shock for me if
after
Ju Wenjun
yesterday,
didn't win
this game.
Yesterday is a bit more understandable because the position where she chose to simplify was wild. Her king was exposed. It was a time scramble. I can very much understand this. This one, on the other hand, it would all boil down to a failure to convert a winning position. And that is especially painful. And in addition, tomorrow it is a rest day. So she would get extra time to brood over this result. But Ju Wenjun still doing the right things. Rook f7 with the idea of retreating the bishop to c3 and then backing that up with bishop e5 and king e8 on the board.
Yeah, Lei Tingjie, she's going under a minute. Went under a minute, but she got back some of it.
Mm-hmm. The rook is under fire. Ju Wenjun has to move it. Will she play? Do you think she'll play rook f6?
That's what I think. That probably that's what she should be playing. And then bishop b1.
G6. Yeah, but then can you not play g6? No, you can't play g6.
You can't play g6 because the rook on d5 stands very well.
Still some work to be done. But I guess you could now start rearranging the bishop, put it on e5, take away some important squares from the rook.
Yeah.
Yeah, and still the question remains for Lei Tingjie. Can she hold this position? She has just over a minute on the clock.
The
problem
is
possible,
that
Judith?
I don't think she can hold it because it's so difficult to get a chance. And even when she got this opportunity, this one moment for a second to play this rook d4, it means that she's not catching that great, fantastic, unexpected opportunity. She's ready to make the defensive idea to control the white squares, rook, king. So that's what her mindset is about. And I think this cannot be held. Even if it would be a draw, it would be extremely difficult to hold because you're just playing around and eventually she's going to be blundering something, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she's playing with 1 minute on the clock, right?
I know, and that would make it all the more remarkable if she did manage to hold. And she has to be sharp, she has to sense those opportunities if they arise, because as Judith says, if Ju Wenjun plays perfectly, then she will pick up the point. She will equalize the match, and it will be everything to play for in the next 4 games. And we see Ju Wenjun, she has just over 6.5 minutes.
But she's struggling to win the winning position.
Yeah, she's not quite stumbled upon the winning technique, but often in this type of games, you don't need to kind of have a concrete idea of how you're going to win. Normally what happens is that you try out a few moves and then the light bulb switches on in your head and you say, aha, that is the way forward. And then you crash through. And we see bishop c3 being played. She wants to put the bishop on e5. She wants to discoordinate the rook on d5 and the bishop on f5. Okay, Lei Tingjie, the ball is in your court. What is the best try for defense? And there she drops the bishop back to g6.
Bishop e5, right?
bishop e5 is the move that I would definitely play. Just simply because white wants to play rook f6. That could be a way that one kind of makes a small inaccuracy, because rook f6 will be met by rook to d6.
After bishop e5, maybe already f5 immediately is the threat, but rook g8.
Rook g8. Okay, big threat on the board of rook takes bishop. So,
and it's not only that, but yeah, but if the bishop goes away, then g6 can come.
You still have the rook coming to h5.
But the bishop is on c3 already.
Bishop is on c3. Oh, well, then it's curtains.
Well, black can go rook d6 now, but after that, bishop f6, bishop f5.
And Lei Tingjie now under the minute, and she realizes she cannot move the bishop because of this incoming g6, and she moves the rook back to d6.
So let's see if bishop f6 or bishop e5 will be played.
Well, bishop e5 looks good.
Bishop e5, rook goes away to a6. You can go, of course, rook g7, pushing back the king to e8.
But somehow I like pushing the rook away from the checking squares of d2 and d3, because it was annoying me.
But there are checks on a2 and a3 that may annoy you as well.
That is
Don't
true.
You think so?
Yeah, but I have a feeling that it's going to be more annoying for Lei Tingjie, and that's why, okay, we see Ju Wenjun, she says the same. Bishop goes to e5, get that rook off the d line, and move it to some other square.
I wonder where she's going to put her rook, c6 or a6. Or possibly e6.
I think a6.
Yeah, that's what I would think also. That because rook e6, then I mean king, maybe just simply king g3 comes and king g4.
Yeah, if you go passive, then like you mentioned, king f3, king
Time
g4.
is ticking.
It
Time
is ticking. 38 seconds. It's fast becoming mission impossible for Lei Tingjie to hold on, but she is fighting hard. 24 seconds. 23. Oh, the big countdown. And Lei Tingjie throws a check, but the king is just simply going to walk up. It can walk up to
king
g4,
e1,
right?
I think king e1 and it's over. Right, king e1 and
e1.
rook h2. Rook h2. Hold on. But rook h2. Well,
the king e1. Rook
well, or
h2.
king g3. Well, maybe king g3 is the best.
Yeah, I liked king g3 or king f3. Primarily because I wanted to get my king to g4. I've been wanting to get to that square for a long time.
Yeah, maybe king g3 is the best, and then rook g6, or after bishop f5 to play g6 to give the final blow. There are tricks still, you know. I mean, I see some tricks. For example, king g3, bishop f5. Let's say bishop f5, and we have king f3 on the board.
King f3 is still the same idea.
Yeah, but black can go... you cannot go rook h2 because of f5, check, and king g4. Okay.
So rook h2, f5.
f5.
And whoops,
this is a problem.
The bishop is attacking the rook on h2.
We are getting to the finish, I'm afraid.
And the big question though is, after bishop f5, g6, it looks to my eyes to be a killer. And 10 seconds for Lei Tingjie, and well, she gives a check, but the king is gonna hide away on g4.
Well, that's the case.
I'm just wondering if there's any tricks on the board.
Well, there is, of course. No, I thought to play bishop f7, rook g7, king e6, but f5.
Yeah.
But rook h7 would be a blunder.
25 seconds for Lei Tingjie. And Ju Wenjun's big threat on the board is simply to play rook takes bishop and then walk that h-pawn through to h8. And, well, she puts the rook at the bottom. And hang on a second, isn't rook takes g6 going to win the game on the spot?
That's the case. That's the case.
And Ju Wenjun taking
She
a
also
pause,
knows it.
just doing some final calculations before she executes the move, and it's there on the board. And pawn takes rook at h7. And that is it. We see a handshake from Lei Tingjie. She resigns, and wow, what a game from Ju Wenjun as she equalizes the match in this really instructive rook and bishop endgame. Wow.
What a drama.
I know. It's been such a fantastic spectacle to see. It's been so tense at stages, and it felt like both players, it could have finished in either way. It could have been a draw for Lei Tingjie, and we saw she had been given a golden opportunity just a few moves ago, but it slipped past her.
But at the same time, let's face it, I mean, Ju Wenjun played a very good game. She outplayed her. She gave a very difficult time during all the game, practically from move 12 or something. From starting the surprise, after that, there were nothing special going on. But she outplayed Lei. She was really fighting very well, having great ideas, but she was all the way, the whole game, she was behind.
Yeah.
But she had the opportunity to save it, and she couldn't.
Yes, she did have the opportunity. But I have to say, let's take a look at the scoreboard in the meantime. The scores are now 4 games apiece. And Lei Tingjie has had some great moments. She's found some excellent resources. But ultimately, as Judith highlighted, she did not manage to save this game. And the scores are 4 points each. And tomorrow, let's have a look at the schedule. It is a rest day for both the players. They will just have that day to recoup, to rest, to regather their strategies, because the strategy is going to be very important in the coming rounds. 4 games remaining. And Judith, what would you tell each player? First of all, let's deal with Lei Tingjie. She's just come off a loss. The match is now even.
I hope for her that she didn't take it as she's already there or almost there to win the World Championship title, because they do have a lot of games to be played. So she has to have her mindset that, okay, it's a match. It's very clear that she's giving a great fight. She finds great tactical ideas. She's extremely good in taking initiative and finding those sharp solutions. At the same time, she's playing against a very, very strong world champion. So she has to understand that the next 4 games is going to be the toughest days of her life, probably, or the next 5, 6, including the FIDE. I think it's the most important for both players to get a good rest day, that somehow they can really get some rest and get out of that very tense situation what they have. Of course, for Ju, it's something very special that finally she equalized. She had a great position yesterday. Finally, she could win, even though she misplayed it and gave the opportunity to draw. I mean, she must be extremely happy, and she knows that she's back in business. And then, of course, they have to make a strategy, both of them, I think, very clearly. How much are they happy with the draw 6-6 and go for the playoff? I think it's good to have a thought on that also for both of them, because sometimes it can be useful when you make decisions.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be all about the long game. As the players, they will be in discussions with their teams. They will be resting. They also will be rethinking their strategies. I suspect we're going to see a lot more surprises in the next coming 4 games. But for now, I'd like to thank everyone for watching. Judith, it's been a pleasure. And just a reminder that everyone, there is a rest day tomorrow, and then Judith and myself will be back on your screens on Tuesday morning, same time and same place. Thank you everyone, and have a great day.
Bye.